Chapter 2087. To Han Fei's surprise, Zhu Ling actually stayed here. This surprised Han Fei. She didn't recognize him, so why did she stay here? Was it such a coincidence? Han Fei dealt with all the affairs in the village as usual, including sending some particularly outstanding children to the major schools in Moonlight Town and encouraging those with mediocre aptitudes. Spiritual heritage and talent didn't determine everything. Most of the time, the village leader was actually in charge of the village's market, population migration, newcomer assessment, and so on. However, he wouldn't be busy all day long. When he was free, Han Fei would hold a notebook. Because Zhu Ling was here, the contents of the notebook had been sealed by Han Fei in a mimicry layer. When he left the Beast King's place, the Beast King didn't give Han Fei nothing, as he said. He gave Han Fei this letter, an emperor's letter. This item was worth thousands of treasures. What Han Fei was studying now was recorded in the letter. The reason why everyone's Origin Sea could produce the aura of the Great Tao was because in the Origin Sea, their Great Tao hadn't manifested yet. One was to fuse the Great Tao and the Origin Sea, which was the most common method. If others destroyed the Origin Sea, they would destroy their Great Tao. In this case, the Great Tao and the Origin Sea would be fully fused, and it would be easier to produce power, and the power would be more smoothly channeled in battle. The other was to find a natal item in the Origin Sea that could carry their Great Tao after splitting open the sky, and achieve a state of half-fusion between the Great Tao and the Origin Sea. This way, if others wanted to attack your Great Tao, it would not be enough to just attack your Origin Sea. They would also have to find your natal item. However, in the half-fusion state, the fusion of the Great Tao and the Origin Sea was not complete, and the aura of the Great Tao produced would be relatively slower and less than that of a complete fusion. Both had their advantages, and there were people who chose them. Han Fei asked the old turtle. It chose the half-fusion state, but the Great Tao was intercepted by the demon purification pot. The Great Tao was intercepted, which meant that this path was broken. If he wanted to continue on this path, he had to reopen it or change to a new path. In order to ensure the absolute safety of his Great Tao, one was to prove his Great Tao and let his Great Tao become one of the Heavenly Tao. By drawing the Heavenly Tao into one's Tao, not only could one ensure the strength of one's Tao, but one could also use the power of the Heavenly Tao to ensure one's strength. And this was the way to prove one's Tao in the Heaven Realm. Only by proving one's Tao, the Great Tao would return to the Heavenly Tao, and man would become one. Only then would one obtain longevity. After attaining immortality, it was not absolutely impossible for one to die. This was because, at this time, it was just that one's Great Tao was similar to the Heavenly Tao and was recognized by the Heavenly Tao. If one wanted to truly be immortal, they still had to merge with the Tao. This was the level of existences at the divine spirit level. However, the battle of deities had made all deities, including venerable sovereigns, realize that it was not impossible to die after merging with the Way. It was evident that life and death were inevitable in every cultivation level, even for deities. Therefore, the Sovereign's note recorded the third possibility of the merging of the Great Path and the Origin Sea. This was known as returning to the origin. This venerable sovereign himself didn't know what Guiyuan was, but he had studied it for many years and found a few ways to do it. For example, he guessed that the first possibility was that a person walked on multiple great paths and merged them into one, or merged the great paths with each other, so that even if someone attacked you, they couldn't destroy all your great paths. Another guess was that a cultivator would start to walk on multiple great paths from the beginning of the sea expansion realm and merge these great paths into themselves. That was body refining and Tao merging. Han Fei thought he might be able to try this way. He was qualified to comprehend multiple great paths. As long as he was willing, he could have as many great paths as he wanted. However, how to merge body refining and Tao merging was the key. The guess given in the note was that he had to engrave the great path into his bloodline. This venerable sovereign had tried, but he was already a venerable sovereign, so he could only leave his bloodline inheritance. He guessed that maybe the way he refined body refining and Tao merging was wrong. Han Fei slowly closed the note. His eyes hurt from reading the Venerable Sovereign's note every day. This was not a joke. Even now, he felt that the words written by the Venerable Sovereign were profound. There seemed to be great power hidden between the lines. However, he had read so much today, and that was enough. Han Fei didn't have time to study bloodlines now. Anyway, he had the opportunity to open the sky. Besides, the Venerable Sovereign's note was just a guess and not necessarily accurate, so he didn't have to worry. Even after opening the sky, he could still try it. Leaving a clone of the village leader in the outside world, Han Fei entered the Sea of Origin. For so many years, he had been going back and forth in the Sea of Origin in the outside world. In fact, it had been more than 2,000 years. In the past 2,000 years, Han Fei did nothing else. After he came back, he went to the place where he had fought against the 100 demon clans and plundered the resources of the Sea of Origin there. Then he began to temper his golden jade bone with the help of the power of hope. Now, when Han Fei burst out his full power, his body could no longer bear all his strength. Han Fei believed that it was not a problem with his bloodline but with his bones. The limit of the indestructible golden body could no longer bear the upper limit of his strength. However, his golden jade bone that was transforming could. Over the past countless years, the power of hope that Han Fei had accumulated could be described as massive. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be able to use this power to help him open the sky. There was probably no one like Han Fei who used his power to refine his bones. However, with the help of resources and the power of hope, now, Han Fei's golden jade bone had been completed by 95%. And now, with another wave of power of hope, with the help of resources, Han Fei continued to refine his bones. 1 month later, when Han Fei came out of the Sea of Origin, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. 96%. At this rate of progress, he would not be able to escape. In another 10 years, the bone refining should be almost completed. Zhu Ling lived on the edge of the cliff in the Bright Moon Village, planted a small garden, and lived a peaceful life. The only thing that made Han Fei unhappy was that he accepted the position of an auditor at the departure port. When he met Jiang Qin, she also had this identity. Han Fei was speechless. Why did all the strong like to be an auditor? Of course, Han Fei felt that he might know Zhu Ling's purpose. He guessed that Zhu Ling must have discovered his house in the Moonlight Town. So he hid his identity and pretended to be an auditor so that he could meet a lot of people. However, although Han Fei often went to the departure port to patrol, the frequency was not very high, only once every 5 or 6 days. Besides, he would only go to the 4 departure ports in the Bright Moon Village. Therefore, he usually went to the departure port where Zhu Ling was only once every half a month to a month. He had been thinking about this for almost a month. It was time for him to patrol the departure port. Han Fei sighed slightly. What a headache! At the departure port in the south, the burly Han Fei wandered past the market with a stick in his hand. Leader, you haven't been here for a while. Go back and get a golden arowana. Han Fei scoffed. Are you bribing me? Just set up your stall. Leader, my son's strength has been growing very fast recently. I suspect that he has been enlightened recently. You must go to my house later. He definitely has the qualifications to go to the best academy in the Moonlight Town. Han Fei said, I'll go over and have a look in a couple of days. Don't tell me that you fed him with some spiritual fruit. Sometimes it's not good to spoil things with excessive enthusiasm. Oh, I dare not feed him blindly. My son has really broken out recently. Okay, then I'll go and have a look later. Before he took 2 steps, someone shouted again, Leader, you're not young anymore. Let me tell you an accurate one this time. My nephew's teacher is a teacher of the best academy in the Moonlight Town. She's strong and pretty. It's said that she's already a law enforcer. She's willing to live in the Bright Moon Village. Han Fei chased the man away. Go away, I don't need a woman. The man sneered. Leader, are you still a virgin? You're asking for a beating. After a while, Han Fei patrolled along the way, kicking here and looking over there. This was how he communicated with ordinary people. He didn't stop until he saw, Jiuyin girl, look at your temperament. You must be from a big clan, right? Why do you stay in this small bright moon village? Jiuyin didn't look like Jiuyin at this moment, but it was hard to change one's temperament. Jiuyin smiled. Leader, where my heart is at peace is my hometown. The order in the bright moon village is excellent, which shows your good management. I'll wait for someone here. If they don't come, I'll leave. Han Fei shook his head slightly. Who in my bright moon town is worthy of a handsome girl like you? Han Fei deliberately sighed, shook his head, put his hands behind his back, and continued to patrol. Jiuyin casually looked at Han Fei's figure, smiled, and continued to examine those who went to see. Suddenly, a loud noise resounded from the distant sky. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the source of the power. However, 1,000,000 kilometers away, a huge void vortex suddenly burst out. Next to the shadowless sky, half of the main city of the white cloud sky was affected. Immediately afterward, the sound of a fierce battle broke out in the sky. This battle had to be very fast, and there were only 2 or 3 exchanges. Sherpa Huang shouted, I'll avenge the destruction of the 100 demons with my own hands. Han Xian, you can guard against me for 100 years, but can you guard against me for 1,000 years? Han Fei is already dead. How can you find me? Humans, wait for your destruction. Arrogant, the sky rippled, and the white cloud sky suffered heavy losses. After a moment, Han Fei turned into a refugee of the white cloud sky and quietly stood in the ruined main city. Fortunately, thanks to the great array that Han Xian set up, the entire white cloud sky would have collapsed. As far as Han Fei could tell, countless people had died. Many of them had been destroyed along with the islands, turning into dust and ashes. Conservatively speaking, tens of millions of people had perished in the city that had been destroyed by this strike. Swish, 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 more and more figures appeared one after another. All the kings from the other domains had arrived. The master of the White Cloud Immortal Palace, Jiang Luyan, was the first to appear. He vomited blood on the spot and shouted, Sherpa Huang, I'm going to drink your flesh and eat your soul. Han Xian ordered, Kings, return to the Immortal Palace quickly. Activate the city protecting array. We can't be in a mess now. Then Han Xian shouted from a distance, Senior Queen of Snails, how is it? The Queen of Snails' voice echoed, This guy was hit by me, but he ran too fast. I guess he wasn't hurt. Alas, I'm still too slow. Han Fei, on the other hand, stood here and walked in the ruined main city. Large tracts of buildings had collapsed. He could see the blood mist on the buildings, the mutilated bodies embedded in the ground, and the woman with only half of her body left screaming. He could see that a young man's body was twisted and irregular, and his bones protruded from his body. He had already died. As far as Han Fei's eyes could see, there were wreckages everywhere. At that moment, Han Fei was also confused. Even though he was used to life and death, and he didn't even blink in the past 100 years when so many people around him died, at this moment, he felt that his head was going to explode. Hell on earth. Han Fei's eyes were cold. Sherpa Huang, you're courting death. Chapter 2088. No one expected the tragedy of the white cloud sky, including Han Fei. Even if Sherpa Huang wanted revenge, he shouldn't have attacked the main city of the Immortal Palace, just like Han Fei didn't attack ordinary sea demons after he won the battle. It was a big taboo for a heaven-opening state expert to attack ordinary people. If the strong could be so unscrupulous, how could the heavenly law allow it? Therefore, when Sherpa Huang attacked, everyone knew that Sherpa Huang was crazy. How terrible the consequences would be when a heaven-opening state expert went crazy Neither Emperor Snail nor Han Xian dared to say that they could defeat Sherpa Huang. Emperor Snail was too slow, and Han Xian had just opened the sky and was not strong enough. It was almost impossible to stop Sherpa Huang. 9 Palace Heaven. Han Xian said directly, "Little Bai, have you really decided?" Luo Xiaobai said, "Sherpa Huang must be dealt with. We can't find him, so we can only lure him out. We can either find the Sword God Palace in the inner domain or the seabed humans. We need to arrange people for these 2 ways, but if there is no accident, Sherpa Huang will definitely attack the way to the inner domain. Although Kongshin is not far away, Kongshin may not dare to come. Otherwise, no one will protect the seabed humans." Sherpa Huang naturally thought of this as well, so he will probably stop people from going to the inner domain. Han Xian said, "You don't have to take the risk." Luo Xiaobai said, "Demonic plants are the best at escaping. If Senior Emperor Snail gives me another protective barrier, I will be fine. Let's see if Sherpa Huang will be fooled." After this incident broke out, the humans in the nearby main cities, Lihan Heaven, Feather Heaven, Lawless Heaven, and Beast King were all in an uproar. It was said that tens of millions of humans were slaughtered in the white cloud sky. This number really frightened ordinary people. The power of the Emperor was really too terrifying. Who would be able to stop it if it spread to where they were one day? Even in a small place like the Bright Moon Village, Han Fei's residence was almost trampled. "Leader, won't the higher-ups send someone to deal with this matter? If we go to a small village, the Emperor can just yawn and be gone." "Leader, why don't you tell the higher-ups that we should go to the city to lie low?" Someone scolded. "Are you stupid? If the Emperor wanted revenge, the first target would definitely be the main city. Our small village will only be affected." "Village chief, it doesn't matter if I die, but my son can't." "You see, can't you send my son to the immortal palace near the 9 Palace Heaven?" "That's right, village chief. We know you're in a difficult position, but you're the only person in Bright Moon Village who can communicate with the higher-ups. You have some say in the town. It shouldn't be difficult to send some people to the immortal palace, right?" The place where Han Fei was surrounded by 3 layers of people from the inside and 3 from the outside. It could be seen that Sherpa Huang's words of revenge had frightened everyone. In fact, Han Fei was in a worse mood than all of them. In order to wait for an opportunity, he did not appear for a long time. As a result, this tragedy happened. If he had appeared earlier and joined forces with Kongshin, an empress were to kill Sherpa Huang. How could this tragedy have happened? Han Fei roared, "Everybody, go home and go to sea more often. In the eyes of the heaven-opening state, you are all like fish and shrimp in the sea, not worth mentioning. He may attack the main city, but he will never attack the village. Otherwise, he will be too ignorant." Someone shouted, "What if it's the collateral damage? If the main city is destroyed, how can we live in peace?" Someone said in horror, "I heard that once the Emperor takes action, all creatures within hundreds of thousands of kilometers will be annihilated. If something happens to the main city, we won't be able to escape." "Shut up, all of you." Han Fei's voice rumbled, and he was furious. "Look at yourselves. The human race has Emperor Xian, Empress Hua, and dozens of kings. Are they afraid? Are they terrified? If everyone is like you, panicking and trying to survive, how can the human race rise? Wait for me, I'll go to the town and ask." Han Fei almost blurted out that he had gone to kill Sherpa Huang, but fortunately he restrained himself. From afar, Zhu Yinling watched this scene and said lightly, "Projection? Even if Sherpa Huang comes to your door, you're not willing to join forces with others to kill him? Why are you also experiencing the mortal world? What happened to you?" 6 hours later, it was at least 60 million kilometers away from the human race's settlement. Sherpa Huang sat on a mountain at the bottom of the sea. Today, he only made a tentative attack to see how many experts the human race had. He deliberately attacked Fei Yutian on the periphery to test Han Xian's current strength and to see the current experts of the human race. Humph! A snail is too slow. As long as I'm not distracted by it, Han Xian can't stop me. At this time, if they want to catch me, they can either go to Kong Shen or the Sword God or Wang Yijian in the inner area. Sherpa Huang's eyes were cold, but he hesitated. He was thinking about where to attack. The best place to attack was the Mist Sea. In this way, if he really went that far, one of the Empress Hua or Han Xian would have to stay. If it was Han Xian, he might be able to take him down. If it was the Empress Hua, he could rush back as fast as he could and at least heavily injure Han Xian, kill a dozen kings, and destroy the major palaces. Sherpa Huang's plan was perfect. But suddenly he looked behind him and saw a golden light flashing. It flashed 3 times in a row and landed 10,000 miles away from him. When Sherpa Huang took a closer look, his face changed drastically. He said in disbelief, "Han Fei, how could you come out of the endless void?" Han Fei said indifferently, "Everything is possible. I thought you would retaliate, but I didn't expect you to attack ordinary people. As a mighty heaven opening expert, I broke through the Emperor realm. Millions of vengeful spirits have come to claim your life." Sherpa Huang sneered and suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Han Fei, you came alone?" Han Fei said indifferently, "I alone am enough to kill you." Sherpa Huang snorted. "Logically speaking, if you come out of the endless void, you should find a way to kill me immediately. But you didn't, and in the human world, the news that you fell into the endless void has been spreading. Don't tell me you never returned to the human race? I see. You're waiting for the heaven-opening realm. You want to understand the last hurdle? But today, I am slaughtering the human world, and you can't sit still?" Sherpa Huang saw through Han Fei's current state at a glance. It was very difficult to become a heaven-opening realm expert. Otherwise, how could there be so few heaven-opening realm experts in the chaotic, vast sea? Han Fei grew too fast. From the venerable realm to the peak of the sea-opening realm, it only took him 100 years. How could it be so easy to understand the Tao and find the last opportunity to open the sky? Therefore, Sherpa Huang was not nervous at all. He said, "You didn't attack when I was weak, but appeared at this time. Do you really think you can kill an emperor alone?" Han Fei couldn't help but think of what Fan Busi said to him back then. No matter what, no matter who the enemy is, you should face your opponent squarely. Swish, Han Fei's power instantly erupted to the extreme. The void in front of Sherpa Huang and below him was torn open. Han Fei stretched out his hand and a blue halo appeared. The great Tao of time could distort time and directly obliterate Sherpa Huang's Tao of space. In an instant, Han Fei held the blade of time and slashed out. Sherpa Huang didn't dare to be careless. Although he said Han Fei was in the sea-opening realm, this guy called himself the Human King, so his strength must not be underestimated. "Humph! Since the void can't do anything to you, then I'll banish you again." The black hole appeared and the tide of the raging sea floated up. Han Fei flipped his hand and the great Tao Convergence sword slashed to the edge of the endless void. With a bang, it exploded into countless sword lights and instantly created a void storm. But the void storm was quickly swallowed. Han Fei frowned slightly and twisted time again, but the black hole was still expanding and was actually swallowing time. Han Fei hurriedly retreated. In the endless void, the meaning of time and space was not clear. They seemed to exist and yet not exist. Therefore, he could swallow the power of time. At that moment, Han Fei's speed broke out to the extreme, and fist marks suddenly burst out. Each punch exceeded at least 2 million waves. "Han Fei, you can't kill me. How can a sea-opening realm expert understand the power of opening the sky?" Sherpa Huang knew that even if he swam crazily at the edge of the endless void, it would not be a problem. But Han Fei was different. Therefore, countless void spirals condensed around Sherpa Huang's body, blocking Han Fei's fist marks all over the sky. Han Fei didn't take it seriously. On his arms, 2 scimitars burst out, and a huge yin-yang wheel appeared. The blade of hope could ignore the void restriction. The great Tao of yin and yang was the law of nature. In the blink of an eye, it deprived the endless void of the power to expand. Han Fei sneered. It's just opening the sky. Do you really think you can open the endless void for a long time? The two of them fought again, fighting for millions of miles, until the space collapsed and the sea collapsed. Sherpa Huang shouted, Han Fei, how many creatures have died in the sea in the battle between you and me? Is it more or less than the human race? Humph, everyone is just an ant. Now I have a clear mind. Do you think I will be haunted by bad karma for those people? When I go there next time, I will definitely slaughter a few major cities of the human race. Fuse. Han Fei activated the Gemini divine technique and took out the historical phantom of the ultimate blade from time and instantly drilled into Sherpa Huang's head. Explode. Chapter 2089. Han Fei's explosion was the self-detonation of a divine weapon. For so many years, Han Fei had been doing nothing. In addition to forging the golden jade body, reading the Supreme Emperor's letter, waiting for the opportunity to open the sky, he had been studying how to kill enemies. Of course, he had also studied Sherpa Huang's Tao of Space a lot, because Han Fei knew it too. It wasn't easy for heaven-splitting experts to die. That was because heaven-splitting experts had far too many resources in their sources. They could instantly use all their energy to easily crush intruders. If he didn't have the demon refining gourd, he wouldn't have been able to brazenly enter the origin sea of the heaven-opening realm to fight. However, in the opponent's origin sea, because of the suppression of infinite power, it was difficult for Han Fei to defeat the opponent quickly. Even the demon purification pot needed half a day to absorb it. If he fought against a heaven-opening expert, like before, there would be too many limitations, and it would be difficult for him to obtain victory quickly. Therefore, the fastest way to destroy the opponent was to attack with absolute power, and he just happened to have this condition. It didn't matter how long the item he had fished out of time could last. Even if it could only last for an instant, it was more than enough. Han Fei even tried fishing for Beast Kings. In the end, the Beast King, who had managed to fish him out with great difficulty, slapped him to the ground with a backhand and cursed. Don't use this kind of trick on venerable sovereigns. Even if they are in the heaven-opening state, they can still connect to the past, even though they can't see the future, unless you are strong enough to use time to stop their will from descending. Because of the Beast King's reminder, Han Fei didn't try to catch any more dangling masters. However, a historical phantom like the ultimate blade belonged to him in the first place, so it was very easy for him to fish for it. How could a heaven-opening stage cultivator, who is not a body, refiner, be able to stop the self-destruction of a dignified god tool? Even though Sherpa Huang's body was that of an octopus, the toughness of his flesh was still relative. It was not strong enough to withstand the self-destruction of a god artifact. Sherpa Huang's body was instantly blown to smithereens, but this was far from enough to kill him. Han Fei could only create trouble for him the moment he regained his physical body. After all, he had yet to split open the sky. In terms of his understanding of the great Tao and the depth of his origin sea, he could not compare to a true heaven-opening expert. He could defeat Sherpa Huang, but he couldn't completely kill him. As long as the great Tao was not extinguished, the heavens would not die. However, this time, Han Fei did not immediately enter Sherpa Huang's origin sea. Instead, it was the place where Sherpa Huang's main body had been revived that had been layered with several hundred time barriers. Time loop. This was a time barrier set up by Han Fei, which would repeat something for a certain period of time. It was the same as the War Soul realm in the Ideal Palace. Han Fei didn't allow Sherpa Huang's body to be reconstructed, so that his soul would be in a state of chaos for a short time. In the end, Han Fei broke into someone else's source sea again. However, this time he no longer tried to compete with the heaven-opening state for resources. The moment Han Fei entered Sherpa Huang's origin sea, the multisensory navigator turned. Sherpa Huang growled. Han Fei, do you think the Tao of Time can trap me? Han Fei sneered. If you couldn't trap him, you would have already taken action. Why are you wasting time here? Han Fei didn't know how long the time loop could last. However, the navigator had a clear direction, which meant that Han Fei didn't need to destroy Sherpa Huang's entire origin sea, because he had his own natal item. Sherpa Huang's origin sea was mainly composed of kelp forests and coral reefs, supplemented by various other landforms. Because octopuses might like to drill holes, there were a lot of holes here. Han Fei took a step forward, and a large number of void vortexes intertwined. The void of the entire origin sea formed an endless void channel, trying to stop Han Fei. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. This time, he used Golden Light Leap in this endless void channel. You're courting death, however. To Sherpa Huang's surprise, Han Fei ignored the existence of the void channel and stepped on the void, folding the void. Sherpa Huang exclaimed, How come you know the Tao of space? At this moment, Han Fei condensed a large amount of immortal spiritual energy and fierce energy in his hand and slashed at a shell hidden among billions of shells. While attacking, Han Fei responded, The Tao of space, I learned it when I was in the venerable state. BAM, rumble, rumble, in an instant, under the superposition of the crafty time technique, Han Fei's attack exploded twice. The shell was directly cut by Han Fei, and its surface was full of cracks. But even so, the shell was not broken, which showed that it was not easy to cut the Tao. Puff, in Sherpa Huang's origin sea, a mist of blood splashed. At the risk of being seriously injured, this guy forcibly broke Han Fei's time cycle barrier. In an instant, the power of Sherpa Huang's entire origin sea was mobilized, and the bottom of Han Fei's body split open, forming an endless abyss at the bottom of the sea. But when Han Fei sensed the rich, chaotic energy, he knew that Sherpa Huang was going to exile him, just like Bei Luochen. Han Fei grabbed the immortal spiritual energy in one hand and the fierce energy in the other. He breathed out the chaotic energy, and the third eye between his eyebrows opened. Do you think I will be fooled by the same trick twice? Yin-Yang Reincarnation Blade explode. At this moment, a shocking beam of light burst out of Sherpa Huang's origin sea, where the Tao was. Han Fei chose to turn himself into a blade, and after the Yin-Yang Reincarnation Blade, he blew himself up. Puff, puff, outside in the void, cracks appeared one after another. Above the sky, blood-colored cracks covered the sky, as if the sky had opened and tears of blood flowed. At this moment, in the chaotic ocean, all the kings and heaven-opening state powerhouses looked at the sky in shock. Who died? Han Xian and Luo Xiaobai's plan hadn't been implemented yet. It had only been 6 hours since Sherpa Huang's sneak attack, and a heaven-opening state powerhouse had already died. Who wouldn't be shocked? In the Sword God Palace of the Inner Sea, the Sword God said to Wang Yijian, I'm going to the outer domain. The kings of the 9 palace heaven gathered, and Han Xian and the others looked strange. Han Xian asked, Which heaven-opening state powerhouse can die in the outer sea? Is it Kong Xin? Luo Xiaobai suddenly thought of something. Sherpa Huang had been seriously injured. Even if his strength had recovered to the peak, it was impossible for him to kill Kong Xin in such a short time. The Snail King said, It's very close to us. Han Xian said, I'll go and have a look. Please take care of the human race. Sherpa Huang's Tao collapsed, and in reality, Han Fei merged into one. Sherpa Huang roared, You're just a clone? Han Fei was expressionless, and his voice was indifferent. The so-called sky opening is just a deeper understanding of the Tao and a closer integration with the origin sea. How dare you slaughter the human race? At this moment, Han Fei activated the law of heaven and earth, holding the phoenix feather knife in his hand. Like a blazing sun in full bloom, he slashed at Sherpa Huang, who had just recovered his original body but had lost his Tao. Just now, Even Sherpa Huang couldn't resist Han Fei's white mist body, not to mention Han Fei's full strength. Sherpa Huang's flesh, blood, and soul were completely destroyed. This time, the nautical panorama rotated again, and Han Fei tore the sky with his hands, forcibly opening Sherpa Huang's origin sea again. A small vine stretched out of his hand, and a large amount of immortal spiritual energy and chaotic energy were sucked over. Void descent. Hundreds of thousands of Han Fei's identities descended here and took away a massive amount of resources in just a dozen seconds. In just a moment, Sherpa Huang's origin sea was torn to pieces. Anticipating Han Xian's arrival, Han Fei didn't loot Sherpa Huang's origin sea, but left in the blink of an eye. After a moment, less than 100 seconds after Han Fei left, Han Xian arrived. When he saw the void storm and the void chasm that couldn't be healed for a long time, he was shocked. The reason for that was because that spatial crack led to the fallen martial emperor's origin sea. With just a glance, Han Xian knew that Sherpa Huang was dead. Yes, a sky-opening overlord was killed more than 60 million kilometers away from the human race after attacking the human race for only 6 hours, his blood splashing on the ground. "Brett, you're back." Han Xian wasn't stupid. He couldn't kill Sherpa Huang in such a short time, and neither could Kongxin. In the inner area, only Wang Yijian had the title of killing an emperor with one sword. However, if it were Wang Yijian, he wouldn't have left after killing Sherpa Huang. Most importantly, Han Xian sensed the Tao of time here. In the entire chaotic ocean, Han Fei was the only one who walked the Tao of time. Therefore, there was no one else except Han Fei. Phew, Han Xian couldn't help but smile. It turned out that Han Fei had been here the whole time. Half a day later, shocked, the lords of the human race all reported to the human world. The despicable emperor, Sherpa Huang, who caused chaos in the human race, has been killed by an unknown overlord. The enemies of the human race in the outer area have all been wiped out. Hiss! An unknown overlord? Wasn't it Emperor Xian? Was it the Snail Emperor? It said that the Snail Emperor is also extremely powerful. The Snail Emperor didn't even leave the human race. How could it be the Snail Emperor? It must be Wang Yijian. No one can kill an emperor so quickly except for the emperor with one sword. No, don't forget that we're talking about an unknown overlord. If it's an unknown overlord, why can't it be the human king? Whatever, as long as he's dead, it means that there's still an overlord protecting the human race. Hundreds of millions of people celebrated together. In the bright moon village, Han Fei pretended to return in a hurry. He didn't need to explain anything to the people who were already ecstatic after hearing the king's voice. Han Fei grinned slightly. What do ordinary people want? Just to live. Suddenly, Han Fei looked at the corner far away, where Juyin Ling was looking at him quietly. She didn't speak, nor did she need to. It seemed that she knew who he was from the beginning. Chapter 2090. I'm leaving. Han Fei and Juyin Ling were separated by the noisy and cheering crowd, and Juyin Ling suddenly spoke to Han Fei via voice transmission. When Juyin Ling looked at him, Han Fei knew that she had recognized him, although he didn't know how she recognized him. He believed that even if Juyin Ling was in the same realm as him, there was no reason for her to see through him. Han Fei couldn't help but smile bitterly. How did you know it was me? Juyin Ling smiled at Han Fei. I recognized you at a glance in the crowd, because while others were stepping on the ground, you were stepping on my heart. For a moment, Han Fei didn't know what to say. However, since Juyin Ling said that she was leaving, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Then why are you leaving?" Juyin Ling, everyone has their own voice. You are mine. The moment I saw you, I knew that it was time to transcend the tribulation. You, on the other hand, are not suitable for training in the mortal world, but you chose to do this. It seems that you have found your true path. Han Fei sighed. I haven't figured it out yet. I just want to let go and empty myself. Juyin Ling shook her head slightly. All choices are reasonable. Behind every choice there is a true meaning. From the moment you walked out of the cage, you had already found it. When you saved the Yin Yang Waterwood, you had already embarked on this path. When you rebuilt the human world, you had actually walked on this path for a long time. The Tao of humans, the Tao of human kings, the Tao of human emperors. You have always felt that you are not a good person, but you have never done anything harmful to the human race. You just don't dare to admit it. Juyin Ling explained slowly in an unhurried voice, as if she was comforting, encouraging, and happy for Han Fei. Hearing what Juyin Ling said, Han Fei was shocked and couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Juyin Ling, on the other hand, said to herself, "Before I found you, I didn't know my own path and I couldn't be firm. The moment I found you after traveling thousands of mountains and rivers, all the things I heard along the way turned into a great Tao, the voice of humanity. From now on, the path ahead is unobstructed. The sea expansion realm can't stop me, nor can the sky-splitting realm." Han Fei pondered for a long time. "Congratulations." Juyin Ling shook her head slightly. "Because of you, I heard the voice of humanity. This Tao arose because of you. I've come and I've left, but I'll come again in the future. I look forward to that moment." After that, Juyin Ling disappeared from the bright moon village. 100 breaths of time later, in the outer realms, somewhere in the skies above the various immortal palaces, an ethereal voice suddenly sounded out. Wait for the light to turn off. In the beginning, there were only a few soft sounds, but it turned into a beautiful and ethereal melody. The billions of human beings who were celebrating were suddenly attracted by this ethereal voice. They even forgot to talk, fearing that their slightest sound would ruin this moving melody. Some people burst into tears as they listened to the music that was filled with Taoist rhymes. Some of them grinned, revealing a silent smile. Some people's faces were full of worry, but their brows slowly relaxed. For a moment, the joys and sorrows of the world, the hardships and tribulations, seemed to be washed away by this melody. The master of the Brahma heaven, Liang Yin, was shocked when she first heard this voice. She was the first to fly towards the source of the voice. Most of the other kings did the same. The masters of the immortal palaces, Han Xian, the Empress of Snails, Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renquang, and the others all came. Gulp, Liang Yin couldn't help but swallow and said in shock, "What a powerful Tao! It's so magnificent. The Sanskrit has been chanting for 100,000 years, but this Tao has never been opened. Juyin Ling has created a brand new sound." Watching the heavenly tribulation gather crazily, and after a long time when the first heavenly tribulation had purple lightning, even Han Xian gasped. The Empress of Snails asked, "Who is this little girl? Isn't this grand Tao a little too powerful?" Han Xian nodded. "I don't know her very well. She seems to be from the Yin Yang heaven." Next to Luo Xiaobai, Zhang Xuanyu mumbled, "The first heavenly tribulation is purple." How did Juyin Ling comprehend such a terrifying Tao? Lu Renquang asked, "Isn't Juyin Ling growing too fast? Not only did she break through 3 levels in one day, but this one seems to be even stronger than our Taos." Luo Xiaobai narrowed her eyes and said after a long time, "Sherpa Huang died. Juyin Ling passed the heavenly tribulation. Han Fei is back." What? Even Han Xian and the Empress of Snails couldn't help but look at Luo Xiaobai. Why did Han Fei come back when this little girl passed the heavenly tribulation? Han Xian asked, "Xiaobai, what do you mean?" Zhang Xuanyu suddenly slapped his forehead. Why didn't I think of it? Who else could make Juyin Ling suddenly comprehend Tao other than Han Fei? Lu Renquang said with mixed feelings, "We have to find Xia Shaochan as soon as possible." Luo Xiaobai said, "Although Juyin Ling is unknown, she has gone through many ups and downs in the past 100 years. Look, Her Tao seems to be different from before. The purple lightning was blocked by the melody and could only slowly seep into the melody and be absorbed by Jiuyinling. However, the kings immediately discovered that the billions of voices of the entire human race were gathering towards Jiuyinling, and from the beginning to the end, Jiuyinling just looked up at the heavenly tribulation in silence. Han Xian was shocked. The voices of the human world? This girl established the sea with the voices of the human world? The Empress of Snails asked, "Is the human race going to rise?" If this girl's enlightenment is related to Han Fei, where is he? Everyone was stumped by this question. Nobody except Jiuyinling knew where Han Fei was, right? Boom, boom, heavenly tribulations came one after another. Even though the last heavenly tribulation turned purple-red, it still couldn't crush Jiuyinling's voice. Han Fei looked at it from afar and was also shocked. Was Jiuyinling very talented? No, only Han Fei knew that Jiuyinling might be very talented, but she was definitely not that talented in the entire human race. Whether it was in terms of spiritual heritage, bloodline, talent, or luck, Jiuyinling was not the strongest. However, the power of the heavenly tribulation alone was almost certain that Jiuyinling would be one of the future powerhouses of the human race. Han Fei took a slight breath and said slowly, "So, this is the power of the Taoist heart." After a moment, Kongshin came. He was surprised by Shi Puhuang's death, but the moment he saw Jiuyinling's tribulation, he couldn't help but be shocked. What a terrifying heavenly tribulation! What a terrifying Tao! When the 9th heavenly tribulation came, the heavenly demons appeared and covered Jiuyinling for about 10 seconds. But when the heavenly tribulation dispersed, Jiuyinling was still standing quietly in the void. She glanced in the direction of the bright moon village and put on a faint smile. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist!" Amid the congratulations, only Luo Xiaobai and the other two looked in the direction where Jiuyinling's eyes were. Zhang Xuanyu cursed. "This be *starred, he's clearly still alive, but he refuses to show up. Did he hit his head with an iron-head fish?" Lu Renkuang asked, "Is there anything that he can't tell us?" Zhang Xuanyu said angrily, "If he doesn't tell us, Xia Shaochan can't tell us either? That idiot is still studying how to enter the infinite void in the mermaid royal family. Is that a place she can enter?" Luo Xiaobai said, "Don't tell Shaochan." Huh. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renkuang were both stunned and asked, "Why?" Luo Xiaobai said, "He has his reasons for not showing up. Since he didn't tell us, it's impossible for him to tell Jiuyinling. It's just that Jiuyinling is stubborn. It's said that she has been traveling in the world in recent decades. It's probably just her luck that she found Han Fei. Now, Jiuyinling is undergoing her tribulation, and Han Fei still doesn't show up. At least he's not dead yet." Han Xian and the Snail Emperor listened and found it strange. The Snail Emperor immediately said, "I see. It seems that he's stuck on the way of opening the sky." Han Xian nodded slightly. "I'm afraid that's the only reason why the brat hasn't shown up for so long." Bright Moon Village. Lying on his rocking chair, Han Fei murmured, "The path of human emperor? Me, human emperor?" Han Fei lay down for a day and a night. He randomly sent a projection to manage the village affairs, his head full of the word human emperor. "Who am I? I'm Han Fei. Am I really a good person?" At this moment, Han Fei's glabella flashed, and the Emperor's sparrow ran out on its own. At this moment, the Emperor's sparrow stood on a branch and looked at Han Fei. Do people have to be divided into good and bad? Han Fei was silent for a long time. "Can we say hello next time we come out? Do you think I'm qualified to be the human emperor?" The Emperor's sparrow glanced at Han Fei contemptuously. "I don't think you deserve to be the human emperor." Han Fei asked back, "Why am I not qualified?" "I just don't really want to take on this burden." "Yes, I don't really want to. I clearly wanted to wander around the world and experience the vast oceans and realms. The Emperor Sparrow asked, "Is there any conflict between being the human emperor and doing these things?" Han Fei thought for a moment. "I don't think so." The Emperor Sparrow asked, "You're enlightened." "Before I'm enlightened, I still want to slack off." Chapter 2091. Not far away from the dense fog sea, the Emperor Sparrow suddenly said, "Little Fatty is about to undergo a tribulation." Han Fei had to stop. The tribulation couldn't have happened earlier or later, but now. What a good time. Han Fei had expected Little Fatty to undergo a tribulation, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. Because Sherpa Huang was also an octopus, and Little Fatty was devouring his power and comprehending his great path, it seemed reasonable that Little Fatty, who had been on the verge of undergoing a tribulation, was going to undergo a tribulation. Yes, after sleeping in the Bright Moon Village for a day and a night, Han Fei left a clone to manage the Bright Moon Village, and he came to the mermaid royal family. Jiuyin Ling was right. In fact, he had always known where he was going, but he didn't want to admit it. He had always been the one educating others. At the beginning, he guided Jiuyin Ling to experience the world of mortals. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he became the one being educated. Han Fei knew that his relationship with Jiuyin Ling was very subtle and complicated. He appreciated Jiuyin Ling very much, but he couldn't accept her love. This kind of love was so high that they didn't need to be together at all. It was completely spiritual. Oh no, it had become a love on the level of Great Path. Han Fei couldn't accept it now. In fact, what Han Fei liked most was the playful relationship with Xia Shaochan, which was very close to life and very practical. In other words, Han Fei could still accept the feeling of sharing life and death with Shimin Linglan. But now, the only one Han Fei could really catch was Xia Shaochan. 2 days passed in the Mermaid Royal City. Xia Shaochan cultivated in the Mermaid Royal City for 100 years. Xia Hongzhu was more than happy to do so, as it was the best opportunity to repair their relationship. "Mom, the Tao heart is too mysterious. The length of time in the endless void is mainly related to the Tao heart. There must be a measurement of the Tao heart, but in fact, the Tao heart can't be quantified at all. So, I've recently studied a way to get out of the endless void." Xia Hongzhu, who was sitting cross-legged to recover, stopped cultivating and slightly opened her eyes. "Oh, how do you get out of the endless void?" Xia Shaochan said solemnly, "The endless void is the reality. When we arrive at the void, we arrive at a chaotic space after the collapse of the void. Since it could be opened from the outside, there should be a way to cause the endless void to collapse from the inside. The Tao heart can decide how long one can stay in the endless void, but it can't decide whether one can come out or not. That's why I don't think we can talk about the Tao heart now. The endless void is the source of primal chaos aura, and there is primal chaos aura in reality as well, even though it's very thin. But this means that the endless void is leaking chaotic chi to the outside world. Can we use the chaotic chi to find a weapon that can open a void passage by injecting chaotic chi into it?" While explaining her research, Xia Shaochan drew a weird syringe-shaped device on the fish skin. Right when Xia Shaochan was about to explain the principle behind this weapon, Xia Hongzhu's heart suddenly stirred. "Your sweetheart is here." Xia Shaochan raised her eyelids. "Mom, don't interrupt. Are you listening to me?" Xia Hongzhu said, "Your sweetheart really came." Xia Shaochan immediately put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "You're not listening to me at all. It took me a long time to figure this out. Also, I don't have a sweetheart. I don't like mermaids at all. Humph." As she spoke, Xia Shaochan held her drawings. "If you don't want to listen to me, I'll figure it out myself. I'm a king anyway." Xia Shaochan ran to her palace angrily. He had only run a few steps when he saw a figure walk in with a swoosh. Han Fei shouted, "Xiaoxiu, it's my honor to meet you, mother-in-law." After that, Han Fei looked at Xia Xiaochan, who was dumbfounded and shocked. Clatter, the pile of fish skin drawings in Xia Xiaochan's hands fell to the ground. When she saw that Han Fei wasn't as strong as a half-king, she knew that Han Fei was real. Ah! After a moment of shock, Xia Xiaochan suddenly screamed, and then the girl lunged at her. "Where the hell have you been? How did you get out? I was so worried about you, did you know that? If the infinity water wasn't still intact, I would have thought you were dead." "Woo-woo! Baji!" Xia Xiaochan jumped on Han Fei and opened her mouth to bite Han Fei's shoulder. The bite force of the Pioneer Sea Realm couldn't be described as ordinary. Even though Han Fei's physique was strong, it still hurt. However, Han Fei liked this feeling. When he was with Shimin Linglan, they depended on each other. It was a very complicated feeling. Compared with Juyin Ling, he was too weak in terms of mental strength. He and Xia Xiaochan were the best. They were childhood sweethearts and had nothing to do with each other. For example, Shimin Linglan and Juyin Ling wouldn't be as casual and crazy as Xia Xiaochan. Han Fei patted Xia Xiaochan's back and said gently, "I'm back. Sorry to keep you waiting. I promise I won't be away for so long next time." "What? There's a next time?" "Baji, I won't leave. I won't leave. Yes, yes, yes. I won't leave. I won't leave you behind." Xia Hongzhu looked at the two who were making a scene in front of her. They were kings in the Pioneer Sea Realm. How could they behave like this? However, judging from the way they got along with each other and how intimate they were, Xia Hongzhu really didn't find that Han Fei had any ulterior motives. The interaction between the two of them was too natural. It was so natural that there was almost no distinction between them. As a mother, she had been with her daughter for 100 years, but she had never felt so casual with her daughter. But she did with Han Fei. Xia Hongzhu could see that Han Fei and Balan were two completely different people. However, as she said before, no matter how good Han Fei was, he was too radical. The closer they were to each other now, the deeper their love for each other. If something happened to Han Fei in the future, the consequences could be imagined. Therefore, even now, Xia Hongzhu actually didn't approve of Xia Xiaochan and Han Fei being together in her heart. However, she wasn't persuasive now. Since Han Fei was drawn into the endless void, Xia Xiaochan had been studying how to break through the endless void to find him for 100 years. However, Xia Hongzhu thought that Han Fei was already dead because no one could float in the endless void for so long, not even herself. Therefore, she was very surprised that Han Fei could come out today. Almost immediately, she realized that Han Fei didn't stay in the endless void for so long at all and should have come out a long time ago. Since he had come out a long time ago, why hadn't he come to pick up Xia Xiaochan, but made her wait for 100 years? However, thinking of the death of a heaven-opening state powerhouse a few days ago, this should have something to do with Han Fei's reappearance. Besides, judging from Han Fei's current momentum, even though he had restrained it, she could still feel that he was stronger than before. Therefore, Xia Hongzhu had roughly guessed the reason. In the past 100 years, Han Fei was probably looking for the real opportunity to open the sky. "Humph!" Xia Hongzhu snorted softly. Han Fei knew what Xia Hongzhu was thinking. This was the son of God who could be said to be at the peak of the chaotic ocean sea. How could he not understand the meaning of his appearance? So, Han Fei said solemnly, "Mother-in-law, I'm now at the peak of my strength. Please allow me to go back with me." Xia Xiaochan turned around and said in a spoiled manner, "Mom, I've been in the mermaid royal family for a long time, and my strength has grown rapidly. It's time for me to go back." Xia Hongzhu clenched her fists and snorted. "You don't want to study the endless void anymore." Xia Xiaochan shook her head like a rattle. "No, it's too exhausting. I've failed so many times. I'm tired." Han Fei said, "You still have to study it. Come on, leave your research materials with me. I'll study them later. One day, you and I will be able to travel in the endless void at will." Xia Shaochan immediately stuffed a pair of fish skin drawings into Han Fei's arms. Han Fei was about to put them away when he suddenly thought of something. A syringe? Xia Shaochan was not a refiner, so she couldn't grasp and construct a complete set of tools as accurately as a refiner could. Because of this, the drawings he drew were simple and easy to understand. This weapon was not so much a syringe as a container for squeezing chaotic energy. Through the massive eruption of chaotic energy, he could find the connection point of the chaotic energy in the endless void to infiltrate into reality. Although this idea was not complete, it was clear, simple, and violent. Han Fei felt that this method might really work. Of course, it was definitely not enough to realize it. Han Fei was here to pick up Xia Shaochan, so he didn't think too much about it, so he put it into his origin sea. Perhaps because the chaotic ocean was still within her control, Xia Hongzhu didn't stop Han Fei from picking up Xia Shaochan, but her voice rang out in Han Fei's head. She said, "Shaochan is my daughter. If you put yourself in danger again and again, I can tolerate it once or twice, but I won't tolerate it again and again. You're on your own." Han Fei nodded imperceptibly and was about to rush out of the door with Xia Shaochan in a hurry. The two of them whispered to each other. Xia Shaochan asked, "You didn't run into Chen Huangdian, did you?" Han Fei replied, "Fortunately, I didn't. Otherwise, I might have beaten him to death with my temper." Xia Shaochan said, "He's much stronger now. You have to open the path of geniuses first, or it won't be easy for you to defeat him." Han Fei asked, "What's wrong with opening the sky? I just killed one." It was not until the two of them left the royal family of mermaids that Chen Huangdian finally showed up coldly. "Are you going to marry a human being?" Xia Hongzhu slightly shook her head. "This is not a marriage. Women are always naive. She thinks this is love." Chapter 2092. The Bright Moon Village. It was still in this village because Han Fei had met a lot of people in this village and they were familiar with each other. However, when he returned this time, Han Fei resigned and entrusted the position of the village leader to a reliable, peak-level law enforcer. This old man had been stuck at the peak-level law enforcer level for too long. He had probably given up, so he returned to the Bright Moon Village to teach and educate people. Han Fei knew that he was reliable, so he trusted him. Of course, the main reason was that Han Fei didn't intend to leave the Bright Moon Village. In the Bright Moon Village, Han Fei used his power to buy a yard for himself, 3 rooms and 10 kilometers of vegetable fields. This vegetable field was naturally the spiritual orchard that he saw at the beginning, where he planted fruits and so on. At this moment, Xia Shaochan was sulking because she knew that Han Fei had lived here for decades and didn't go to find her. She was so angry that she burst into tears. Han Fei said, "Girl, it's time to eat." Han Fei came in with a plate of golden silk shrimp balls. Xia Shaochan lay directly on the bed, turned her back and didn't say a word. Han Fei shrugged helplessly. She was really angry this time. Han Fei sat down on the bed. "I made you wait for 100 years. Now I'll accompany you for 100 years. Let's work at sunrise and rest at sunset in this Bright Moon Village and enjoy 100 years of peace. How about that? Humph, how busy are you? You are a human king who has opened the sea and opened the sky. There are still a lot of things waiting for you to do. You still have to understand the Tao and open the sky. How dare we covet 100 years of your time?" Han Fei picked up a golden silk shrimp ball with both hands, stuffed it into his mouth and took a bite. He said, "In the next 100 years, we have to live like ordinary people. We have to fish in the fishery, pay the fish tax, buy furniture, and make a few friends. So what? I'm going to rebuild the human race. What's wrong with giving myself 100 years of vacation?" Xia Shaochan asked, "You've already understood the Tao. Why don't you open the sky?" Han Fei shrugged. "I didn't understand it." Thud, Xia Shaochan sat up with a grunt. "Why did you come to me when you didn't have an epiphany?" "Oh, I've only been here for a few days, and I've already heard countless people praise Juinling for establishing the sea and creating the sound of humanity. Someone must have gone to see Juinling first. Come and coax me now. I'm telling you, you can't coax me any more. Han Fei was lost for words. I can't. I swear I've never been to Juinling. I didn't even look for you. So why would I look for her? I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. You can sleep on the floor tonight. Sigh. Fight, fight, fight. No, you're sleeping on the floor this year. No, isn't that a little too much? I am a bona fide sovereign personage. Do I have to sleep on the floor for a year? Xia Shaochan pouted and glared. You don't like it? I'd love to, but I really didn't. I only see a path now. I only think about where the limit of this path lies. The great Tao? No, it's the limit of the Taoist heart that this path can bear. Humph! How can ordinary girls like me understand the Taoist heart of experts like you? I'm going to bed. Han Fei took a look. The situation had just changed a little. Why did they turn hostile again? Immediately, Han Fei put the golden silk shrimp balls on the table and said fiercely, If I don't beat you for 3 days, you'll tear the tiles off the roof. As a sovereign personage, I can't deal with a little girl like you. Then, Han Fei stopped sleeping on the floor and lunged at her like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Bah! Pervert! Take your hands away. Woo! Set up an array. 102 years later. In the morning, Xia Shaochan skillfully cut a clam and spun the dagger in her hand. Then, tender shreds of clam meat fell on the plate. Xia Shaochan lit a pot, added oil, stir-fried garlic and green peppers. After several stir-frying, the fire rose, and the clam meat was put into the pot. In the blink of an eye, a plate of shredded clam meat with green peppers was served. Bam! Xia Shaochan kicked the door open, with one hand on her waist and the other holding a spatula, pointing at the room. Look at the weather. Today we're going to participate in the annual fish opening ceremony. Come on, it's still early. What are we going to eat for breakfast? Bam! Bam! Xia Shaochan picked up the fishing hook and hooked 2 sweet potatoes from the vegetable field. Spiritual energy rose in the air, and in an instant, 2 roasted sweet potatoes with overflowing spiritual energy came out of the oven. At this time, Han Fei walked out of the door lazily. It's just a fish opening ceremony. You attend it every year and have attended it more than 100 times. Aren't you tired of it? At this moment, Xia Shaochan had lost her original girlish charm. In order not to be discovered by the villagers, she had changed her appearance and voice, and her hair was a little white now. However, Xia Shaochan's temper was still the same. She was still a little unruly. At this moment, she snorted. You're the one who indulged yourself. Now you're the former village leader of the Bright Moon Village. If you don't go, who dares to open the fish? Han Fei said lazily, Eat, eat. Let's go after eating. Han Fei grabbed the roasted sweet potato and gnawed at it. Then he bent down and picked up a large portion of shredded clam meat with green pepper and stuffed it into his mouth. Ah! Suddenly, Xia Shaochan exclaimed in a low voice, and her body trembled slightly. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. Again, Han Fei looked solemn. With a thought in his mind, the apocalyptic divine technique descended and enveloped Xia Shaochan. Xia Shaochan's face was pale. I'm fine. Maybe it's because I got the god's blood too easily, so a small amount of it is disappearing now. Han Fei said, In the past 3 years, almost half of the god's blood has been swallowed by an invisible force. Let's go back to the royal family of the mermaids. Your mother may know more about this. After all, she is the real son of God. No. Xia Shaochan's face turned serious. I don't like the royal family of the mermaids. I don't want to go back. Anyway, you have the apocalyptic divine technique. No matter how much I lose, you can make up for it. If it's only this degree of loss, I can still persist. After living in the Bright Moon Village for nearly 100 years, Xia Shaochan also liked this kind of life. She didn't have to go to sea to explore, and she didn't have to watch Han Fei run around and do all kinds of dangerous things. Fishing every few days, occasionally cooking delicious meals, and often playing fish dragon cards. This kind of life was really addictive. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Xia Xiaochan didn't want to have contact with everything in the past. As soon as this contact was made, it was likely that these days would be gone. Han Fei could guess what Xia Xiaochan was thinking. She didn't insist, but he had already decided that if Xia Xiaochan's situation didn't improve in 2 years, he had to go to the royal family of the mermaids, no matter what. Under the statue of Li Yingtian in the village, when Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan arrived, countless children of 7 or 8 years old were running all the way to tell each other about the place. The old village leader is here. The old village leader is here. Grandpa Leader, what's the prize this year? Granny Xia, can you ask Grandpa Leader to put something good? Xia Xiaochan said with a smile. The prize this time is good. Han Fei said with a sullen face, don't block the way. Children, run slower. The so-called opening of the fish was a sacrifice at the beginning of the new year. The fish body needed to be completely dissected in a very short time, but the appearance of the fish body should not be destroyed. Finally, 100 talented teenagers, carefully selected by the Bright Moon Village, would compete with each other. The winner could touch the belly of the fish and get the reward of opening the fish. This was also a symbol of luck. It was said that the winner would be blessed by luck, but this was just a superstition. However, in the past 100 years, all the teenagers who touched the belly of the fish seemed to have good luck, so everyone believed it even more. And the old village leader had to open the fish. As soon as Han Fei came, a large group of people surrounded him. The village leader welcomed him with joy. Old village leader, I've been waiting for you for a long time. This year, we will open the big golden dragon. The scales of this big golden dragon are pure gold. It is the best big golden dragon we have ever caught. Han Fei said with a smile, they are all the same. Under my knife, they won't hurt a single scale. Ha ha ha, someone laughed and said, we can trust the old village leader's craftsmanship. Someone laughed. Granny Xia, his craftsmanship is good. You can let him kill fish every day. Let's see if he still likes it. That's right. He is so old, but he shows off every day. Han Fei didn't take it seriously. Xia Xiaochan followed him and saw Han Fei go straight to the table under the statue. This big golden dragon was 4 meters long, and its scales were golden, shining brightly in the sun. Han Fei shouted in a low voice, this year the opening ceremony begins. A group of children shouted, I want the scales. Me too. And me. Someone shouted, the children are standing on the side and watching. Everyone will have a share later. Han Fei held a half-meter-long, rectangular broadsword in his hand. His blade moved like a shadow as it slithered across the golden dragon's body. Wherever the blade passed, there was almost no trace of a cut on the dragon's body. In fact, both Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan had sealed their strength. Even now, Han Fei was only a hidden fisher, mainly because he had a strong control of the knife and knew the structure of these fish too well. If these people could see through this big golden dragon, they would definitely find that wherever Han Fei's knife passed, the fish's flesh and bones would be separated. Good knife technique. The crowd cheered, and Xia Xiaochan was also applauding. However, no one noticed that Xia Xiaochan's face was getting paler and paler. Xia Xiaochan felt that something was wrong again, but at this time Han Fei was opening the fish, and Xia Xiaochan could only grit her teeth and bear it. On the other side, when Han Fei swept the last knife across the fish's belly, he couldn't help but throw the knife on the table and say with a smile, I announce, Humph! Suddenly, Han Fei sensed something and looked back, only to find that Xia Xiaochan's face was pale. Han Fei was shocked and shouted casually, the fish opening ceremony is over. Girl, what's wrong? Granny Xia. Not good. Granny Xia's face is so pale. The current village leader hurriedly shouted, "Where is the spirit gatherer? Where is the spirit gatherer, Shui Fei? Go and call him." Han Fei said in a low voice, "Don't bother. Let's go back first." A group of people followed, and most of them only thought that maybe Granny Xia's life was coming to an end. They couldn't help but feel sorry for the old village leader. After all, the lifespan of a hidden fisher was not much longer than that of ordinary people. Someone sighed. Before the old village leader became the village leader, he had served as the fishery patrol commander for a long time. It is said that he retired from Moonlight Town before that. I'm afraid he is not young anymore. I guess Granny Xia is not much worse. It's a pity that the old village leader is such a good person, and Granny Xia is also a good person. In Han Fei's courtyard, even though he closed the door and refused to see guests, there were still many people gathered outside. The new village leader said eagerly, "The old village leader is so stubborn that he even set up a restriction in the courtyard. We can't get in at all." Chapter 2093. Han Fei realized that something was wrong. Xia Shaochan was a king, and it was impossible for her bloodline to dry up without warning. Even he had gone to investigate more than once, but to no avail. Han Fei believed that his eyesight was not bad now. It was impossible that he couldn't detect anything unusual in Xia Shaochan's body. If he couldn't, he might not be able to detect it even if he was in the heaven-opening realm. In the courtyard, the heaven-opening divine technique descended, and Han Fei consumed another 500 years of vitality to replenish Xia Shaochan's strange bloodline. Her strength was sealed, but it didn't mean that her Tao was sealed, so the effect of the heaven-opening divine technique wouldn't be reduced at all. However, Han Fei was actually very shocked. This time, it was much more serious than in the morning. With his real realm, he could recover 70% to 80% in an instant, even if he was in the heaven-opening realm. However, it could only help Xia Shaochan for a while. In the past 3 years, Han Fei had consumed as much as 5,000 years of vitality to cast the heaven-opening divine technique. However, today's consumption was especially high. The only person Han Fei could think of who could solve this problem was Xia Hongzhu, an eldest senior brother. In the past 200 years, Han Fei had attended every small gathering in the Void Temple. The last big gathering was after Juyin Ling preached to him. After listening to eldest senior brother's preaching, Han Fei, who had already seen the path, completely understood the Taoist heart. However, this time there was still half a year before the centennial gathering. However, Han Fei couldn't wait. Compared with Xia Hongzhu, Han Fei trusted eldest senior brother more. After all, eldest senior brother was at least an emperor. At this time, Xia Shaochan leaned against the bed and said, "I've looked inside myself countless times and found no problem. I can even break out in my strongest state at any time. However, the inexplicable disappearance of this bloodline is really hard to explain. Maybe it's because my divine bloodline came too easily." Han Fei comforted her. "It may also be because your strength has improved too fast in the past 100 years. As for why the bloodline disappeared, I have to find someone to ask." Xia Xiaochan's little face couldn't help but droop. "Are you going to the mermaid royal family?" Han Fei shook his head. "No," Xia Xiaochan said in surprise. "Then are you looking for Uncle Xian or the Snail King?" Han Fei shook his head. "No." Xia Xiaochan's eyelids twitched. "Ah, if you don't look for him, who are you looking for? Martial Emperor City?" Han Fei shook his head. "Stop guessing. The Medicine King, heaven specializes in refining medicine. Can't we find one?" Xia Shaochan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If it was just the Medicine King heaven, no one could shake Han Fei. Han Fei sighed inwardly. He did want to tell Xia Shaochan about the Void Temple. However, he felt that it was inappropriate to let Xia Shaochan know too much now. The Void Temple was definitely involved in a lot of secrets, and it was the enemy of the Mortal Temple and the Time Temple. If Xia Shaochan knew that he had entered the Void Temple, he didn't know what would happen in the future. Therefore, Han Fei just comforted Xia Shaochan and made an excuse that he was going to the Medicine King Heaven and would return in 2 days. After a while, in a sea area, Han Fei activated the mark of the Void Temple in the depths of his soul. When Han Fei felt the mark in his mind flicker softly, Han Fei couldn't wait to say, "Senior brother, I have something to ask of you. Can I start the centennial party in advance?" After about 10 minutes, a figure finally appeared in Han Fei's mind. Yes. When senior brother confirmed that he could start the centennial party in the void, the shadow of a huge bronze gate fell, and the bronze gate was suddenly covered by a white mist. In the eyes of other creatures, this place was suddenly covered by a layer of white mist, and they couldn't see the bronze gate at all. Han Fei couldn't wait to step to the bronze gate, pressed his human king token on the bronze gate, and the gate slowly opened. Han Fei took a slight breath and stepped in. It still looked the same as before. It seemed that the Void Temple's gathering place was this mountain peak that no one knew where. When Han Fei arrived, several figures appeared one after another. He saw that eldest senior brother was already sitting there, and then an azure dragon was swimming in the sky. Han Fei immediately bowed. "Greetings, eldest senior brother Azure Dragon." Azure Dragon said, "Junior brother, I heard that you have something urgent to do. Let's talk about it when everyone is here." Then the big skeleton and second senior sister Kagura appeared. When senior brother Heavenly Thunder, who was ranked 10th, appeared, senior brother said, "Junior brother Six Gods is dealing with the Undying Temple. 11 is competing for opportunities. There are only 10 people in today's party." Because they all came in advance because of Han Fei's request, the first thing they did was to look at Han Fei. Second senior sister Kagura said, "Junior brother, I heard from senior brother that you are in trouble. Tell me about it." Senior sister Qinglian said, "It's an emergency. Junior brother, what trouble are you in?" Han Fei had just met them one by one, so he naturally had to solve his own problem first. Han Fei said, "Senior brothers and senior sisters, my problem may be complicated. My wife is the child of the god's son. Finally, after the tribulation, she returned the god's blood. I helped her recover her bloodline with divine spells. But now, the god's blood in my wife's body is disappearing for no reason. Even if I observe her all the time, I can't find any problem. I have performed divine spells many times, but I can only maintain the regeneration of her god's blood, but I can't stop it from disappearing. Recently, the god's blood in her body has disappeared too fast, so I have to come to ask you for help." After hearing Han Fei's explanation, before anyone could propose a solution, senior brother Tianhenji said with a smile, "I didn't expect that junior brother already has a wife at such a young age." Senior sister Red Lotus giggled. "Haha, how happy you are. We are all envious of you." Senior sister Dark Shadow asked, "Do you all know the reason?" "Why don't I know it?" The skeleton senior brother said, "I don't know either." At this moment, senior brother Azure Dragon said, "It's normal that you two don't know." Han Fei was dumbfounded. "What's going on? Why are you still talking and laughing? Isn't this a bit too much?" However, Shiji Kagura said, "All right, stop joking around. Look at how anxious junior brother is. Junior brother, this is indeed a big deal, but it's also a good thing." That's a good thing?" Han Fei was dumbfounded. "I'm so distressed. How can it be a good thing?" World Kagura smiled softly. "You said that your wife has a god's bloodline. The birth of a bloodline will not disappear for no reason. Since she has inherited it, she has a god's bloodline. As for why the god's blood disappeared for no reason, it's because she is pregnant." "What?" At this time, Han Fei felt that his head was about to explode. This was not the kind of explosion that was like a bolt from the blue, but the kind that was congested with blood. It was excitement, shock, and disbelief. Han Fei couldn't help but feel his palms began to smoke, and he murmured, "So that's it, haha. So it's a good thing? I have a son?" World Kagura added, "Don't be excited, junior brother. It's extremely difficult for strong masters to give birth to offspring. And your wife has a god's bloodline, which is even more difficult. You still have to continue to use your divine skill. Your situation is very strange. You haven't reached the required strength, but you have given birth to a god's child, so the consumption is naturally great. Therefore, before your child takes shape, he needs to absorb a lot of God's bloodline. So, you have to continue to use your divine skill and help her produce God's blood at any time." Red Lotus followed. "Don't worry, it won't be long before this phenomenon will disappear when his divine foundation is enough." But then Han Fei said, "But when her mother gave birth to her, there wasn't much God's blood. There was only one drop." Senior Sister Red Lotus said, "So, your wife's talent must have been greatly limited at the beginning. Her birth must have been quite difficult. She didn't die prematurely, so she must have been protected by someone. It wasn't until you recast her bloodline that her overall foundation was improved again. However, in many realms before she became a king, she must have not been very complete. However, if she wants to make up for it now, she either has to be reborn or cultivate an incarnation and then merge with it. If she recultivates like this, her basic strength will definitely increase by several folds." Phew! Han Fei understood, let out a long breath, and completely relaxed. In his heart, he was ecstatic. Pregnant? He didn't expect his first child to be so good at tormenting people. At this moment, he heard Senior Sister Lotus say, "Little junior brother, Senior Sister will give you a Chaos Green Lotus. When you return, you can insert it into your wife's dantian. The vitality of the green lotus should be able to help you consume less of it." Han Fei was overjoyed. "Thank you, Senior Sister Lotus." Then, in the void, a lotus flower broke through the layers of void and finally fell into Han Fei's palm. A string of information emerged in Han Fei's eyes. Name Chaos Green Lotus. Introduction. A chaotic spiritual treasure born in the depths of the chaotic sea. It contains boundless vitality. If one eats it at the heaven-splitting realm, they can live another life. Grade Chaos Spiritual Artifact. Quality Normal. Chaos energy contained 245,536 points. Effect. When an ordinary person is about to die, he can use this lotus to live another life. The heaven-opening realm could extend one's lifespan by 300,000 years. Venerable sovereigns could prolong their lives by 10,000 years. Can be used in medicine to form a pill. Chapter 2094. When Han Fei saw the information of the Chaos Green Lotus, he gasped in shock. Natural spiritual treasure? Live another life? Is this chaotic green lotus so advanced? Looking at the chaotic energy contained in it, Han Fei was speechless. "I've traveled the chaotic ocean sea, fought life and death battles, slaughtered several venerable emperors, and absorbed dozens of king source seas to get so much chaotic energy. However, Senior Sister Green Lotus casually threw such a precious treasure. How was it different from a divine artifact?" Han Fei couldn't help but look solemn. Such a friendship deserved to be treated with caution. If there was a chance in the future, he would have to return it. Even if Green Lotus felt that it was just a trivial thing to do. After solving Han Fei's problem, eldest senior brother said, "Little junior brother's problem has been solved. Anything else can be discussed here." Azure Dragon said, "The Black Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan is very radical. He may lead part of the Dragon Clan to reappear in the Sea Realm. So please be careful when you meet him." Senior brother Heavenly Thunder said, "It's said that the God Clan found a starting land in the depths of the Chaos Sea and obtained a rare treasure to forge a divine weapon. It's at least an ultra-quality, chaos, spiritual treasure, maybe even higher. If there are no accidents, the God Clan will have a peerless heavenly talent." Dark Shadow World said, "In the Star Sea, traces of a star behemoth were found. After solving Han Fei's problem, Han Fei was like a noob, clicking his tongue. This topic was 2F *king high-end. He couldn't get a word in at all. The Black Dragon Emperor reappeared? An ultra-quality, chaos spiritual treasure? Even this chaotic green lotus was just an ordinary chaos spiritual treasure. Top quality? What kind of thing was that? Also, Star C Star Behemoth? What the hell is this? After a while, after the communication in front of all the senior brothers and senior sisters, eldest senior brother said, "Sit down, the lecture begins." Han Fei was immediately refreshed. If there were no special circumstances, the greatest benefit he could get from attending such a big gathering was eldest senior brother's lecture. Every time after eldest senior brother's lecture, Han Fei felt that he would gain a lot. However, at this moment, he was so excited that how could he calm down? However, when Han Fei heard the complicated preaching, he could not help but fall into an ethereal state. Every sermon was like an epiphany. Han Fei sensed that joy was growing from the depths of his heart. At that moment, or maybe during the long sermon, Han Fei seemed to have a kind of epiphany, an opportunity to open the sky, which seemed to be on the verge of emerging. It was as if he was in a dream and was about to eat a cake when he suddenly woke up from the dream. When Han Fei came back to his senses, he found that the lecture time had passed, but he only felt that a moment had passed. Of course, Han Fei didn't feel it was a pity. At least, Xia Xiaochan's problem had been solved, and he was going to have a son. Oh no, it could also be his daughter. But who cares? It's all the same. I haven't been a father yet. After bidding farewell to his senior brothers and sisters, the 100-year reunion came to an end. Han Fei quietly appeared in the sea outside. The shadow of the bronze gate dissipated, and the white mist gradually melted. Han Fei held a green lotus and quietly left. The next day, Han Fei wandered around the outer sea and reappeared in the small courtyard, leaving a projection. The projection merged with her body, and Xia Xiaochan was lying on the recliner in front of the door. Seeing Han Fei return, she suddenly got up and said, "You're back! Why are you holding a green lotus in your hand? Hey, sit there. Do you have any manners? Is there anyone who gets up like that? What's the difference between this and jumping?" Xia Xiaochan. Han Fei said, "I went to the Medicine King heaven and stood in front of old Lady Qiu, scaring her to death. She had to give me a place with a spiritual treasure in the chaotic ocean. Look, don't underestimate this green lotus. This is a natural spiritual treasure. There is only one of it in the chaotic ocean, and it contains tremendous vitality and chaotic energy. Sit there, and I'll hit your dantian." Huh. Xia Xiaochan was dumbfounded. He had only gone out for 2 days, and he found a natural spiritual treasure? What level was a heaven and earth spiritual treasure? It could only be found by chance. Although there were natural spiritual treasures in the chaotic ocean, he found one in only 2 days. Han Fei didn't dare to say that it was not just a natural spiritual treasure, but a chaotic spiritual treasure, which was much more effective than ordinary natural spiritual treasures. However, Xia Xiaochan wondered, even if it is a natural spiritual treasure, why did you put it into my dantian? Han Fei said with a straight face, "Your body is weak, and this thing is full of vitality. If I put it into your dantian, it won't affect your fetus. Your son can absorb the vitality and the blood of creatures." Huh. Xia Xiaochan was still confused. What fetus? How can I have a son? However, after a brief daze, Xia Xiaochan couldn't help but be shocked. "What did you say?" "You said I. Xia Xiaochan couldn't help but look down at her belly and exclaim, "That's impossible. I can't feel it at all. If I was pregnant, why didn't I show any signs?" Han Fei pressed Xia Xiaochan's shoulders with both hands and pressed her to sit on the recliner. Old Lady Qiu said that it's because our bloodline is too strong. Your son needs to absorb enough God's spirit blood pulse from you to build his foundation. He also said that you were malnourished when your mother gave birth to you. If it weren't for Chun Huangdian's protection, you might have died. Well, from this perspective, I can spare Chun Huangdian's life. He's still useful. Xia Xiaochan was still full of shock, as if she hadn't recovered from the shocking news. Han Fei added, "By the way, he also said before you became a king, you didn't have enough God spirit blood. That's why you didn't reach a perfect realm before. If you recultivate, your foundation and strength will be many times stronger than it is now. At that time, you will truly be the son of a god, the #1 expert in this world." Oh, seeing Xia Xiaochan's casual response, Han Fei knew that she heard it, so he repeated it. The second time, Xia Xiaochan said, "That's not urgent. I can cultivate a reincarnation. In the future, I can still fuse with it and make up for what I lost before." Han Fei nodded. "That's not urgent. We have plenty of time. Don't move now. I'll put this lotus into your abdomen." A year passed. Thinking that Xia Xiaochan wasn't feeling well, Han Fei gradually stopped participating in the affairs of the Bright Moon Village and even went to the sea. When a healing divine light arrived, Han Fei performed the heaven-opening divine technique again to continue producing God's spirit blood. With the help of the chaotic green lotus, Han Fei rarely performed the heaven-opening divine technique in the past year. However, after only 1 year, the powerful chaotic green lotus was slowly absorbed this morning. At this moment, after Han Fei performed the heaven-opening divine technique again, he suddenly heard Xia Xiaochan exclaim in shock, "It's here! There's a small Where is it?" Han Fei immediately rushed to Xia Xiaochan and pressed his hand on her belly. Then, in his perception, he saw a sesame-sized grain that seemed to be enshrouded in a faint green and gold light. After a year of hard work, Han Fei finally saw hope. It was said that human beings were pregnant for 10 months. In fact, it was the same for other people. But the Pioneer Sea realm might not be so simple. A year's time seemed to have just laid the foundation, and a sesame seed had appeared. Xia Xiaochan was overjoyed and was about to say that the god spirit blood was no longer consumed. However, she saw that Han Fei was already stunned, standing like a fool. He murmured, "Origin, the origin of life. What are you doing? What are you eating for breakfast today?" Suddenly, Xia Xiaochan realized that something was wrong. When she looked at Han Fei's eyes, her face couldn't help but change slightly. Han Fei had an epiphany. Han Fei had been hiding from the world for more than 200 years for 2 things. One was to strengthen his Taoist heart. Now, he had already seen through this path. The other was to wait for an opportunity to open the sky. In fact, when Han Fei knew where his Taoist heart was, he could already open the sky. But he who had been reading the Emperor's letters all year round had been thinking about the way of returning to the origin that the Emperor mentioned. For example, Han Xian cultivated all kinds of Taoism at the same time, which in a sense happened to fit the so-called way of returning to the origin. But Han Xian might have never thought so. And Han Fei, even though he had some guesses, he wasn't sure if Han Xian was right. However, when he saw the sesame-sized child in Xia Xiaochan's belly, he suddenly seemed to understand something. Why did the origin sea simulate the outside world? Since he knew about this, he had been piling up countless resources into the origin sea. It seemed that he had become very strong. However, if his Taoist heart was not strong enough, it could break his strength. Now he understood the Taoist heart. However, he hadn't found the opportunity to open the sky. If it was just the way of opening the sky itself, he could have opened the sky long ago. But that opportunity, or the way to integrate the Tao and the origin sea in the Emperor's letters, Han Fei had never found it. But at this moment, he suddenly understood. The origin of life indicated a new life. The world was reshaped, and everything was in line with the origin of nature. It was the normal way of the world's rotation, which could carry all kinds of Taoism. This was the so-called way of returning to the origin. Crack! In Xia Xiaochan's surprised eyes, the seal that Han Fei set on himself suddenly shattered at this moment, without warning. Chapter 2095. Crack! At that moment, this sound resounded between heaven and earth. There were trillions of humans in the entire land of the human race. They all stopped or walked out of the door looking at the sky. 9 palace sky. Han Xian suddenly opened his eyes, which were like torches, penetrating through the void and landing on a small village under the lawless sky. Han Xian couldn't help grinning. Brat, you're finally willing to show up? The Snail King was tens of millions of kilometers away from the land of the human race. However, he felt that there was the power of the Great Way gathering towards the settlement of the outer domain. Immediately, the old snail realized that something was wrong. It was impossible for a cultivator in the Pioneer Sea realm to make such a big noise. Even when he split open the sky, the noise was much smaller than this. Is Han Fei going to split open the sky? In the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, Luo Xiaobai was cultivating. However, in the place where she was cultivating, a water droplet suspended on a bluestone jade platform suddenly began to vibrate. Hearing the sound in the sky and seeing the movement of the infinity water, Luo Xiaobai was immediately shocked. 800 years ago, Jiuyin Ling opened the sea. 100 years later, you're finally going to split open the sky? Swish, the infinity water turned into a long water blade and disappeared into the void. Luo Xiaobai also disappeared. At that moment, the Tao and tribulation clouds in the surrounding thousands of kilometers all gathered towards the Bright Moon Village. In the Bright Moon Village, countless people shouted, "Look, something happened to the old village leader's house. Go and help." Oh no, it's the old village leader's house. What did the old village leader do? Why is there such a big noise? There were middle-aged, young, and even old men, all running wildly. During the years when Han Fei was the village leader, he had helped countless people in the Bright Moon Village and never asked for anything in return. He only felt that it was what a village leader should do. Therefore, when everyone saw the yard where Han Fei's house was located, the spiritual energy was chaotic, and even a pillar of light appeared. They all rushed there. Some people even thought that Han Fei must have encountered some danger. Some carried sticks, some carried fishing rods, some held double knives, and some carried copper hammers. They all rushed to Han Fei's house in a formidable array. However, the more they charged, the more alarmed they became. It was as if something was wrong. In an instant, the spiritual energy in Bright Moon Village became 10 times, 100 times denser. Quite a few people had managed to make a breakthrough as soon as they stepped out of their houses and took in a mouthful of spiritual energy. They had no choice but to sit down cross-legged and focus on their breakthrough. However, there were still quite a number of people who rushed to Han Fei's house. However, these people were more than a kilometer away and could no longer go any further. The spirit chi here was simply too dense. It was so dense that even if they didn't take the initiative to absorb the spirit chi, there would still be a huge amount of spirit chi pouring into their bodies. The current village chief roared, "All of you, hold your breath and retreat. Retreat. Don't absorb too much spiritual energy, or your bodies will explode." Other than the village chief, many people were shouting, "Not good. Retreat quickly. The spiritual energy is crazily pouring into my body. Everyone retreat quickly. This place is dangerous. The spiritual energy is exploding. There's too much of it. We can't absorb it all. If you want to live, then don't rush forward." The village chief, who had been in the middle of issuing orders, was now trembling. Suddenly, he realized just who exactly was this old village chief. If he was just a hidden fisher, even if he ascended to the sky, how could he burst out such a huge amount of spiritual energy? This was no longer spiritual energy, but spiritual pressure. Crack! The seal on Han Fei's body was fully opened, and invisible waves of air shook out. If this force was allowed to sweep in all directions, even if Han Fei did it unintentionally, no one in the Bright Moon Village could survive. Swish, Xia Xiaochan had already come to the outside of the courtyard, standing in the air. She waved one hand, and an invisible barrier blocked a round of terrifying power impact. But even the shock waves formed by the energy and seals shook countless people back and even fell. Someone shouted, "Look, it's Granny Xia!" An old man was surprised. Isn't that the old village chief's wife? Didn't they say that her lifespan had come to an end? Who the F***CK said that? No, Granny Xia is just a hidden fisher. How can she stand in the air? Someone was shocked. She hid her strength. The old village chief and Granny Xia must have hidden their strength. Those who can stand in the air are at least law enforcers. Does a law enforcer have the ability to form an invisible barrier with a push of his hand and block such a huge impact? Swish, at this moment, two figures appeared quietly. Yin said eagerly, "Sister-in-law, is it really you?" "My brother." Xia Xiaochan nodded. "I see." Xia Xiaochan's words were simple, but Yin was shocked. She knew that her brother was only the same age as her. In just a few hundred years, he was about to step into the sky-opening realm. Below, the village chief was dumbfounded. He trembled and said, "Emperor Xian." "Greetings, Emperor Xian." After the unification of the human race, many of the kings in the human world had statues. Even those who didn't have statues had pictures of them. And Han Xian, the emperor of the human race, who didn't know him? Who wouldn't know? Who wouldn't know? Clang, clang, the sticks, fishing rods, hammers, and sabers in the hands of the villagers who came here to save the day all fell to the ground. "Greetings, Emperor Xian." "Greetings, Emperor Xian." The black mass of people all knelt down. The villagers of the Bright Moon Village were stunned. How much of an honor was it to see Emperor Xian? However, Emperor Xian was obviously here for the old village chief. Who was the old village chief? How could he be so powerful? But then they saw the immortal master of the Wujin heaven, Li Yingtian, the master of the flying feather heaven, Xieyu, and the storm dragon Eagle King. Immediately afterward, the kings of the immortal palace in the outer domain of the human race arrived. There was even a huge phantom in the sky, spanning more than 800 kilometers. It was a huge snail. Who else could it be but the emperor of the giant beast clan? The villagers of the Bright Moon Village were all ordinary people. They had never seen this before. All the kings and emperors had come in person. All the kings and venerables had arrived. Swish, a drop of water broke through the void, and with a wall of sound, it scattered into a sky full of saber shadows. The small courtyard around Han Fei began to spin. At this moment, the infinity water returned, and part of Han Fei's will was descending into his origin sea. The origin sea has never existed for the sake of imitation. It's the origin of all things. It's not about stuffing things into it. It's about nurturing and giving birth to all creatures. With a thought from Han Fei, the origin sea of more than 100,000 kilometers, the endless resources, and the vast energy collapsed. The ultra-quality spiritual stones, the heavenly fault star tree that he took from the Grand Purity Palace, the materials he saved, the remains of the sea-expanding realm, the essence of the earth veins, everything collapsed to the thought from Han Fei. At this moment, the time chain was upgraded automatically. Han Fei didn't even blink when 100,000 strands of chaotic energy were consumed. The origin sea that Han Fei had spent countless efforts to build, which could be said to be the most luxurious in the history of the sea world, turned into a land of billowing smoke and dust at this moment. Han Fei shouted, "Mountains and rivers are rebuilt. Everything returns to its origin. The sun and the moon rotate the yin and the yang of the world. In this land of ruins, because the power was too chaotic, the earth veins were squeezing." Han Fei raised his eyes, and the sky-opening technique was right in front of him. When he saw the incantations all over the sky, he seemed to understand something. Outside, Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw so many people watching, he didn't feel anything. She heard him shout, "Little girl." After living together for so many years, The two of them could easily read each other's minds. Xia Xiaochan's battle suit appeared. Her face was restored, and her hair was black. She stepped on the void. As Xia Xiaochan stretched out her hand, the metamorphosis water appeared. Li Yingtian's pupils constricted. Is she going to? And Han Fei's burly village leader appearance also changed at this moment, returning to his old appearance. He waved his hand, and infinity water was held in his hand. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan held hands and threw out the water drops in their hands at the same time. The infinity water and the chaotic original water intertwined like two dragons and soared into the sky. Han Fei shouted, "My name is Han Fei. I entered the heavenless sky by mistake and entered the time gap of the heavenly, desolate city." Li Huang, the city lord, fought against the sea demons for more than 200 years. At that time, the heavenly desolate city was no more than 1,000 kilometers long and had a population of no more than 2 million. In the end, in the time gap, Li Huang led the 2 million people in the city to fight to the death. I promised him that one day I would rebuild the heavenly desolate city and let the name of Li Huang return to the heavenly palace. Rise! Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan turned into giant void hands at the same time, grabbing two huge mountains that stretched for thousands of kilometers from the sea. As early as when Han Fei came to the heavenless sky, he had already started preparing. During the 100 years he lived here with Xia Xiaochan, their main task was to build this heavenly, desolate city. Today the city appeared. At that moment, countless experts from all directions witnessed the birth of a city with their own eyes, and their eyes were full of astonishment. At the same time, there was also admiration. As the two floating islands were connected, countless arrays were imprinted in the void in all directions, and a large number of black incantations on Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan turned into countless black smoke arrays, imprinting on the giant city. The onlookers were all shocked. Zhang Xuanyu couldn't speak for a long time. When he opened his mouth, he exclaimed, "We are both sea creators." Chapter 2096. Li Yingtian didn't expect that the heavenly desolate city would be established in this way. Han Fei had even prepared the floating island right under his nose. It could be seen how much of a failure he was as the master of the immortal palace. He was afraid that Li Huang's name would be on par with his in the future. Of course, while Li Yingtian was helpless, he was actually a little delighted. It seemed that Han Fei was going to split open the sky. Han Fei's influence in the human race was unprecedented. The floating island he built with his own hands would be a place that tens of thousands of people would scramble to live in. At least he wouldn't have to worry about the basic population of the shadowless heaven in the future. As the master of the immortal palace, what he feared most was that there were only a few people in the land under his rule. The result of no one was that it was difficult to produce strong masters. If there were no strong masters in the immortal palace, how could it be called the immortal palace? Besides, if there were no people under his rule who would provide him with the power of faith. Therefore, even the master of the immortal palace had a huge demand for people. When there were no more black runes appearing in Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan's bodies, they knew that Li Huang's curse had been lifted. No matter how strong Li Huang was, that was the curse he planted on them with the power of a city. It was not impossible for them to forcibly break these curses. However, they could break these curses by force, but they couldn't solve the karma of their promise to Li Huang. This must be a knot in their hearts. Therefore, at this moment, the heavenly desolate city was being rebuilt, and Han Fei could split open the sky smoothly. Xia Xiaochan had mixed feelings. She knew that Han Fei would comprehend the last opportunity to split open the sky sooner or later. She just didn't expect it to be so fast. It would take others tens of thousands of years, or at least thousands of years, to comprehend it. But Han Fei comprehended it in a mere 200 years. Even if time could be accelerated in his origin sea, he hadn't entered it many times over the years. Above the main city of the Feather Heaven, countless humans were looking forward to it. A small half of these people were former residents of the shadowless heaven, but they had been living in the feather heaven for a long time. However, in their hearts, they knew that the shadowless heaven was their root. The point was that Han Fei, the human king, suddenly reappeared. Even children as young as a few years old were surprised and shouted the human king's name. A youngster said, "Father, is Han Fei the name of the human king?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Of course. 200 years ago, the human king led the human king's army and attacked the 100 demon tribe. He killed the emperor and king. In a single day, he killed almost all the experts of the 100 demon tribe. That kind of achievement, TSK, in the past 100,000 years, it was unprecedented." A child shouted, "Has the king of heroes and men returned?" Audiobook, the human king has returned and is once again at the peak of the human race. As everyone shouted in unison, they saw 2 huge floating islands breaking through the void. Boom! The mountains intersected and multicolored light shone brightly. Spiritual energy surged from all directions. Han Fei glanced at Xia Shaochan. "Girl." Seeing that Han Fei flashed to the main city of the heavenly desolation city, Xia Shaochan knew that Han Fei was going to undergo a tribulation here. With the power of the tribulation, he could reshape the heavenly desolation city on a deeper level. It could be predicted that as long as the heavenly desolation city could survive this heavenly tribulation, there would at least be some experts born in the city in the future. At this moment, Han Fei's heavenly tribulation had just gathered. Because the gathering range was very large, the speed of the heavenly tribulation wasn't very fast. Han Fei's voice, like a thunderclap, resounded in the entire human world. "My name is Han Fei. I've been cultivating for more than 300 years. I've killed countless enemies, dozens of kings, and 3 emperors. I call myself a king. Today, I'm the human emperor. Rumble." When Han Fei said, "I'm the human emperor," thunder rumbled in the sky, as if showing a very disapproving attitude toward the statement. Han Fei snorted and continued, "I'm the human emperor, and I'll create a new world for the human race." Boom! The sky exploded. This time, the mysterious power of heaven and earth descended, as if to suppress Han Fei. However, Han Fei's momentum was also constantly rising. The mighty power from all directions was pouring into Han Fei's body. At the same time, Han Fei's words made countless people's hearts explode and their blood boil. Although he hadn't appeared for 200 years, once he reappeared, countless people couldn't help but admire and worship him. After all, Han Fei's story had been spread throughout the entire Outer Sea. He was the only hero since the Outer Sea established the human world. Because of Han Fei, the current situation of the human world was established. Therefore, when Han Fei said he would create a new world for the human race, no matter how sudden it was, countless people were convinced and full of expectations. At this moment, the heavenly Tao rumbled, the kings were shocked, and all the venerable realm experts were moved. They were already convinced by someone who could say this. Han Xian looked solemn and clenched his fists. The path this brat is going to take is a bit ruthless. The happiest one was actually Emperor Snail, who thought that Han Fei still had the giant beast incarnation in the giant beast clan. The stronger the human race, the stronger Han Fei himself, and the stronger the human race, the easier the future of the giant beast clan would be. After all, the giant beast clan had always been the target of others. Without the Mist Sea, the giant beast clan would probably have to compete with the 100 demons, the underwater human race, and even the human race. Otherwise, they would become materials in the hands of others. Han Fei stepped in the air and pointed to the sky. As the human emperor, I should settle down for the human race. As the human emperor, I should preach and enlighten all living beings. As the human emperor, I will cross the sea east and return to all races. As the human emperor, if the heavens stop me, I will create a new world. Rumble! It seemed that even the heavenly Tao here couldn't stand it anymore. The heavenly tribulation hadn't finished gathering yet, but a heavenly tribulation struck down with a boom. It was very similar to Joeen Ling's heavenly tribulation. It was purple at the beginning. When a bolt of lightning struck down heavily, Han Fei opened his arms and let the heavenly tribulation baptize him. Han Fei's flesh and blood were like dry earth that needed to be moistened by rain. Han Fei grinned and looked straight at the vast heavenly tribulation. The Tao of the human emperor was not a Tao, but a Tao heart. Just as Joeen Ling said, he had set foot on this Tao from the very beginning, and today he had gone further and further on this Tao. Since he had already embarked on this path, why should he be afraid to bear this pressure? Therefore, his Tao heart was enough to open the sky today. As for the opportunity to open the sky, it was naturally to comprehend the true meaning of returning to essence. When the first bolt of lightning struck, Han Fei's bones began to shine. His golden jade bones had actually reached 99% as early as more than 50 years ago. However, for some reason, there was still the last bit left. No matter how hard his power of will surged, he couldn't break through. But at this moment, there were finally signs of loosening. Since the first heavenly tribulation had arrived, the next lightning would naturally condense faster. However, this time, Han Fei had no resources to use, because all his resources had been shattered and turned into the origin of the origin sea. They had returned to the origin and could not be used. Therefore, Han Fei could only resist these 9 heavenly tribulations. Rumble. The purple lightning struck, and the lightning on Han Fei's body twisted and crackled. Only those who had gone through the heaven-opening tribulation knew that every heavenly tribulation in the heaven-opening realm was a transformation. Han Fei's flesh, skin, bones, senses, and soul were all strengthening rapidly. Part of the power of the heavenly tribulation was absorbed into Han Fei's origin sea, trying to continue to expand it. However, the power of the heavenly tribulation didn't seem to have much effect on the expansion of the origin sea. Fortunately, Han Fei let the heavenly tribulation temper his body. The third, the fourth. When the 5th heavenly tribulation came, Han Fei suddenly felt that his golden jade bones had finally broken through the last barrier and reached phenomenal success. It seemed that the heavenly tribulation also realized that something was wrong with Han Fei. When the 6th lightning appeared, Han Fei felt a large amount of immortal spiritual energy, but it was not as gentle as the immortal spiritual energy he refined. This immortal spiritual energy was very violent. In addition, Han Fei saw a purple mist sprinkling down from the sky. Primordial purple chi? Han Fei took a deep breath. Only in the heaven-opening realm would this primordial purple chi appear for a short while. Therefore, Han Fei suddenly leaped into the primordial purple chi. Han Fei opened his mouth, and a terrifying suction force burst out. The entire 6th heavenly tribulation was directly swallowed by Han Fei. A massive amount of primordial purple chi was also swallowed by Han Fei. Down below, Le Rin Kuang exclaimed, "Really? He can still eat such a heavenly tribulation?" Zhang Xuanyu mumbled, "Amazing, amazing, too amazing." Han Xian was shocked. He didn't know how Han Guangqiu and Zhang Linxian had such a son. The human race was really on the rise. Even the Snail King had never seen such a heavenly tribulation. He said, "This kid's physique is probably comparable to mine, isn't it?" What the Snail King said was actually very shocking. He was carrying a snail shell on his back. Didn't it mean that Han Fei's physique was comparable to his when he was carrying a snail shell? Chapter 2097. At first, Han Fei didn't know what the primordial purple chi meant. However, when the primordial purple chi entered his body, Han Fei immediately felt that his bloodline was trembling. There seemed to be a powerful force in his bloodline that wanted to break free. Then his divine soul seemed to welcome a heart-piercing chill, and the strength of his divine soul kept increasing. However, the primordial purple chi he absorbed was limited. He could cultivate his bloodline and divine soul by himself, but the opening of the origin sea was a big problem. Therefore, Han Fei poured almost 90% of the primordial purple chi into the origin sea. Once he was in the origin sea, he had the right to control it. With a thought, the primordial purple chi surged towards the edge of the origin sea. Buzz, 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 a lot of darkness was illuminated. Because time was accelerated in the origin sea, Han Fei had enough time to see how the primordial purple chi opened up the origin sea. It seemed that the two forces were canceling each other out. The origin sea, created by the sixth heavenly tribulation, broke through more than 5,000 kilometers of the origin sea, making his origin sea about 107,000 kilometers. This shocked Han Fei. Bei Luoqin and Shi Pahuang's origin sea both covered more than 200,000 kilometers. It seemed that it would be difficult for him to catch up with them with the primordial purple chi in one go. But it made sense. These people had spent tens of thousands of years to open up the origin sea, while he had only spent a few seconds. Han Fei had to admit that he was smaller than them. At this time, Han Fei's physique was already extremely strong, and his golden jade bone had reached the phenomenal success level in the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, Han Fei withstood the 6 consecutive heavenly tribulations and even took one of them. Of course, after eating this heavenly tribulation, even though Han Fei's internal organs were strong, he was scorched and a lot of impurities were flowing out of his body. These impurities were shining with golden light and had a strong fragrance. It was hard for ordinary people to understand. How could there be such pure impurities in the world? From the 6th heavenly tribulation onwards, it seemed that every heavenly tribulation was accompanied by a large amount of primordial purple chi, and there was more and more of it. However, in the origin sea, the darkness was receding, and another primordial purple chi descended, opening up a space of about 8,000 kilometers. The primordial purple chi, created by the 8th heavenly tribulation, helped Han Fei open up more than 12,000 kilometers of space. When the last heavenly tribulation came, Han Fei's body was overflowing with light. Han Fei already had a plan. Although the space opened up by the primordial purple gas was gradually expanding, even if the last bit of primordial purple gas was used to open up the origin sea, it would only be a little more than 140,000 kilometers at most, not 150,000 kilometers. Han Fei thought to himself, if that's the case, I might as well try to forcibly contain the last primordial purple chi. So, under the shocked gazes of Han Xian and the Emperor Snail, Han Fei swallowed the heavenly tribulation again. Crack, 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 with a crackling sound. Dense cracks appeared on the surface of Han Fei's body. Han Fei forcibly locked the power of the heavenly tribulation and the primordial energy, trying to merge them into his body. When even his eyes were emitting purple light, Han Fei felt that his body couldn't take it anymore, so he absorbed part of the primordial purple chi into his origin sea. Thousands of kilometers of tribulation clouds turned into 9 heavenly tribulations, locking Han Fei in them, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, the tribulation clouds dissipated, and a holy pillar of light descended from the sky. This was the heavenly awakening divine technique. The cracks all over Han Fei's body were being repaired rapidly. Clatter, crack, crack. Han Fei twisted his body slightly, and like setting off firecrackers, his bones made crisp sounds like metal colliding. At that moment, when Han Fei opened his eyes, he saw that in addition to spiritual energy, there were also wisps of gray mist particles, which was the chaotic chi. With a slight movement of his perception, the immortal palaces and billions of humans in the outer sea all appeared in his perception. He could hear countless voices at the same time. Someone shouted, "Look, the heavenly tribulation is gone. Has the human king passed the heavenly tribulation successfully? It should be, right? This is too terrifying. I don't even know where the human king passed the heavenly tribulation. Why are the tribulation clouds here? Bah! He's the human king now. How can a mere heavenly tribulation do anything to him? Han Fei could see the faces of countless people with a single thought, and their words drilled into his mind like streams. Han Fei saw some familiar faces, such as Wang Dashui, who protected the academy, who was cultivating in various places, Juinling, who was on the sea more than 300,000 kilometers away, and Little Fish, who was sitting on a big tree, holding his chin and watching the heavenly tribulation carefully. This was the basic operation of an expert with 5 senses and 6 senses. When Han Fei looked at the kings again, he felt that he could vaguely feel the power flowing in their bodies. He could tell their strength almost at a glance. Han Fei also sensed the hidden power of Han Xian and the Emperor of Snails, which was very powerful. However, for himself, he had a feeling that he could fight them and wouldn't lose at all. When Han Fei glanced at some venerables, for some reason his eyes were purple. Although he couldn't see through their Tao, he could vaguely feel it. At this moment, Han Fei's heavenly tribulation wasn't completely over. It had just ended. He just glanced at the world in the blink of an eye. In fact, in his origin sea, the sky was cracking. Han Fei felt that the great Tao of Yin and Yang were growing and melting into the origin sea. After the sky opened, Han Fei saw a starry sky. He was actually very shocked. The crack in the sky seemed to be grafted with an endless galaxy. He didn't know whether it was connected to reality or something else. Besides, Han Fei saw that in the endless galaxy, there seemed to be 2 abnormally shining big stars, which seemed to be different from everything else. There seemed to be a consciousness looking at him. The old turtle said, "That's the star sea." The sky of the heaven opening state is connected to the star sea. And the star sea can be understood as the starry universe you see in the outside world. However, it is not connected to the one above your head, but to an unknown star sea. The star sea and the soul sea actually have the same effect. In reality, if there are many heaven opening state cultivators who are very close to each other, their consciousness can enter the star sea and feel each other. You can even try to enter the star sea and directly enter someone else's origin sea through the star sea to cut off their Tao. However, no matter how close the 2 star seas are, they can't be reached in a short time. The most important thing is that there may be star behemoths in the star sea. They are powerful creatures that can devour your consciousness and origin sea. The old turtle had never told him this before. However, if he had told him before, Han Fei probably wouldn't have understood it. But now he had opened the sky and could directly observe the star sea. Therefore, it was easy to understand when he explained it. Of course, Han Fei wouldn't easily touch the star sea now. After all, he hadn't officially finished the process of opening the sky. In Han Fei's origin sea, the endless resources that had long collapsed and were in a chaotic state began to precipitate at this moment. Some clear air floated in the sky, and some turbid air sank to the ground. The earth veins were compressed, forming mountains and rivers. The spiritual spring was divided, part of which turned into wind and thunder, and part of which condensed into earth springs. Such a scene was out of Han Fei's control, and spontaneously appeared the scene of everything returning to the origin. When all this settled down, Han Fei's origin sea no longer needed to be arranged by himself, but the natural landform and ecology. However, perhaps all of his resources had become the foundation of the origin sea. When the primal chaos became clear, the landscape would still be barren and desolate. Compared to his origin sea, which looked like a fairyland, it was worlds apart in terms of appearance. However, even this barren land was slowly generating the aura of the Great Way. It was continuous generation. Han Fei had a feeling that when the aura of the Great Way was generated enough, there would be a qualitative change, which would help him better deduce this way and go deeper into the Great Way. What was even more amazing was that in the state of everything returning to the origin, his green jade stone bridge seemed to have some kind of connection with the origin sea, and it seemed that all the great ways that he had mastered were slowly generating the aura of the Great Way. Wow! At this moment, Han Fei knew that the sky-splitting technique had been completed. Next, it was time to explore and continue to develop the sky-splitting technique. Han Fei couldn't help but look at his information. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 100, sky-splitting technique. See 10,000 family tree, 360201, immortal spiritual energy. 40, origin, C greater than 130,000 kilometers. Spiritual power, 19222569, perception range, 2 million kilometers. Power, 112. 6842 waves. First, spiritual heritage, primordial vein. Second, spiritual heritage, vein of eternal darkness. First, spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level, 92. Second, spiritual beast, emperor sparrow, level 98. Main art, time. Fishing, level 8 of void fishing, emperor level, divine quality. When Han Fei saw this information, even though he had slaughtered several strong enemies, he couldn't help but feel scared. At the beginning of the sky-splitting technique, his power had reached 12 million waves, which had doubled. Although his spiritual power hadn't doubled, it had increased by nearly 700,000 points. Besides, the higher the level of his soul, the stronger it was. Han Fei had expected that the chaotic energy would be replaced by the immortal spiritual energy. The existence of the chaotic energy seemed to be just for the origin C. It was more like a transition of energy. His bloodline had increased by about 300,000 ranks. This should be the leap of life level after the sky-splitting technique. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the bloodline devouring. What he saw shocked him. See 10,000 family tree, 296202223 owner, 360201, nearby bloodlines, time dragon carp, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, emperor sparrow, recommended bloodlines, hexagon starfish, time dragon carp, golden crow, divine blood. Good heavens! There were 3 bloodlines that could be devoured at once. But Han Fei was only excited for a moment, and then he was relieved. These 3 bloodlines appeared together. It could be seen that they were relatively close. It was very likely that if he devoured one, he wouldn't be able to devour the other 2. As for why the bloodline of the time dragon carp was still there, wasn't it easy for him to get some essence blood when little time was around? However, he still needed to think about which bloodline to devour. Chapter 2098. In Bright Moon Village, almost all of the villagers were prostrating on the ground. Old village chief? Human king? Oh no, human sovereign? This was the biggest joke in the history of the human race. Han Fei actually came to a small place like theirs to be the village chief, and lived here for more than 100 years. Who would have thought of this? Everyone was both shocked and overjoyed. Many people whispered to the people beside them, "You may not believe it, but the old village chief and Baba, I played fish dragon cards with human emperor. Can you believe it?" Someone replied, "The human emperor personally taught my son. How is he compared to you?" Someone said, "I've gone to the imperial family's vegetable fields to pull vegetables. Let me ask you, who else?" Someone sighed, "I've introduced dozens of people to the human emperor, but he rejected all of them. I'm really a pig brain. How can it be my turn to introduce people to the human emperor?" For a moment, countless people looked at that person as if they were looking at an idiot. They thought to themselves, "You're really brave. Aren't you afraid that the person in the royal family will slap you to death?" Someone couldn't help but ask, "If the old village chief is a human emperor, then what about Granny Xia?" Gulp. Someone took a deep breath and said, "According to the legends, the wife of the human emperor is the princess of the merfolk royal family." Many girls were scared. In the past, when Han Fei married a wife, many girls gave Xiaochan a cold shoulder. Now that they thought about it, how lucky they were to still be alive. As long as someone glared at him, he would probably be dead, right? Han Fei was not in a hurry to choose bloodlines. Many people were still waiting. Han Fei opened his eyes slightly and with a blast of air his battle suit shone and his long hair fluttered. Immediately all the kings cheered. Congratulations to the human emperor for opening the sky. Congratulations to the human emperor for opening the sky. Han Xian's voice traveled into the world, his voice like thunder. Congratulations to the human sovereign for opening the sky. Han Xian's shout caused the entire world to seethe with excitement. Roar. I already said that Lord Sovereign Personage would definitely be able to split open the sky. Now, you should be addressing him as human sovereign personage instead. This is the true return of a king. This is the true emperor of the human race. Haha. Now, our human race actually has 2 heaven opening experts. With our strength, let's see how the inner region will look down on us. Someone sneered. The inner region is already too busy to take care of itself. With a sword sovereign overseeing things, how would the Grand Pure One and Limitless dare to act rashly? Today, when the human sovereign opens the sky, we shall drink for 3 days. Great news! This is truly great news for the human race. Ever since the outer realms humans gathered together, heroes have emerged in large numbers. Now, the human emperor wants to preach to the world. How exaggerated is that? Someone lamented. If we could unify the inner region, that would be the foundation for the human race's prosperity. With the human king's ruthless methods, how could he let go of the Grand Pure One? Zhang Xuanyu and the others were about to rush over, but Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Don't move!" Huh. Emperor Snail. He seems to be planning something. Up in the sky, Han Fei directly used the Dharma world. As soon as he used it, he became 330,000 zhang tall, turning into a giant that could prop up the heavens. Void descent. Buzz, 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 a golden giant could be seen standing proudly in the sky above all the major cities in the outer region of the human race. Han Fei roared. As the human emperor, I should preach to the world. Today I'm going to preach. Luo Xiaobai and the others looked at each other. Han Fei was going to give another lecture? Unlike before, Han Fei was already a heaven-opening state powerhouse this time. Now that Han Fei was going to preach, no one knew what kind of grand event would happen. Han Fei's voice was thunderous. What I'm going to talk about is the Taoist heart. It wasn't the first time that Han Fei preached, so he was very familiar with it. When Han Fei spoke about the so-called Taoist heart, his words seemed to have become chaotic immortal music, which mortals couldn't understand at all. Some people were at a loss and looked at the sky. Some people fell into a daze, as if they were having an epiphany. Someone's aura surged and seemed to be preparing for a breakthrough. Anyway, at this moment, trillions of humans were sitting cross-legged, dumbfounded. Even those who didn't understand at all tried to listen to what Han Fei was saying. As they listened, they didn't know anything. Even Luo Xiaobai and the others didn't understand anything. But for some reason, they felt that they had benefited a lot. Han Fei's voice was leisurely shaking the world. The major cities, villages, and surrounding spiritual energy storms swept over. Some people had their own reserved resources and subconsciously used them. Some people didn't have reserved resources and relied on the gathering of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Anyway, on this day, in the entire human race, at least hundreds of millions of people had made breakthroughs. Even if they didn't, their strength had greatly improved. Many people woke up from the chaos and exclaimed, "Ah, I've become a hidden fisher. I've been stuck at this level for more than 8 years." Some people and countless children were ecstatic. "I've become a fishing master. I've also become a fishing master. I've broken through 3 realms. I was only 7 years old. My son has broken through 2 realms in 1 day. He's really a genius." Some people directly enforced the law as soon as they woke up, feeling that they couldn't suppress it. Some people even directly comprehended and broke through to the venerable realm. According to incomplete statistics, on this day, the total number of people who reached the venerable realm in the major immortal palaces reached an astonishing 3,000. On average, more than 100 people reached the venerable realm in each immortal palace. At the moment these people completed their breakthroughs, their eyes were fanatical and their hearts were filled with excitement. This was the way of the human emperor. This was the way of the human emperor. This was the way of the human emperor. At this moment, Han Fei walked towards Han Xian and the others while feeling the crazy influx of power of hope. It was too much. In the past, when only the yin-yang heaven provided him with power of hope, Han Fei still needed to show off in every battle so that people could provide him with power of hope. Now, after a wave of preaching, he received 10 times or even 100 times more power of hope than the people of the yin-yang heaven could provide. This laid a good foundation for him from the very beginning. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu rushed up and punched Han Fei on the shoulder. Good boy, after 200 years of silence, you finally opened the sky. You've really shown off in front of the entire human race. Han Fei grinned. I'm not showing off. This is my path. Luo Xiaobai asked. The path of the human emperor? This isn't an easy path. We don't even know where the myriad races are. Lu Rinquang asked Fei Fei, how does it feel to open the sky? Han Fei chuckled. It's very strong. Even if I haven't stabilized it yet, I feel that I can cut through the sea expansion stage with a casual slash. Brother, congratulations. Han Yin was also proud. In the past 200 years, Yin was the only one who worried about Han Fei except for Luo Xiaobai and the others. Han Fei touched Yin's head. I'm lucky. How can Bei Luochen kill me? But for you, there's a faint power escaping. I'm afraid you're preparing for the tribulation, right? Han Fei knew that Yin, or his talent, shouldn't be worse than his. From the 9-tailed immortal that Yin awakened, he knew that she was also an extremely powerful spiritual beast. Before he had a chance to chat with Yin, Hong, you couldn't help but say, congratulations on opening the sky, human emperor. Now the human race can finally attack the inner area. Han Fei glanced at Hong Yu, thinking that this guy was really smart, but considering that he had already turned over a new leaf, he didn't argue with him. Han Xian patted Han Fei on the shoulder. Good boy, now the Han family has opened the sky twice. If your father and mother knew this, they would definitely be relieved. Han Fei thought to himself, old Han once said that if I don't open the sky, I can't get involved in their affairs. Now that I've opened the sky, I wonder if I can get involved in it? Han Fei looked at Xia Shaochan, and with a thought he came to her. Girl. Zhang Xuanyu nodded. Zhang Xuanyu, I knew it. Even if you don't look for us, you should look for Xia Shaochan. It seems that you've been together for a long time, haven't you? Han Fei smiled and said, 100 years. Luo Xiaobai was slightly relieved. Zhu Yinling's Tao was really amazing. She even wondered if Han Fei was in a relationship with Zhu Yinling. Han Xian asked. Han Fei, when are we going to the inner area? It's imperative for the human race to be unified. Now there are many experts on our side. When you stabilize your cultivation, you can decide when to go. It's up to you. Han Fei smiled. For now, there's no hurry. Even Luo Xiaobai was stunned. In fact, many people had been waiting for this day. Since the day of Zhou Yinling's tribulation, many people knew that Han Fei wasn't dead. Since Han Fei didn't die, they all thought that the day when Han Fei returned would be the day when the inner area was unified. However, they never expected that Han Fei would say there was no hurry at this moment. Seeing that everyone was puzzled, Han Fei said, It's not too late to go to the inner area after my son is born. Luo Xiaobai asked what? Zhang Xuanyu said, Wow. Wait, haven't you been comprehending Tao for the past 100 years? Why did you have a child? Zhang Xuanyu couldn't help but glance at Xia Xiaochan's belly, and the latter glared back. What are you looking at? I'll gouge your eyes out if you keep looking. Zhang Xuanyu shivered. Compared with Xia Xiaochan, Yixian was much better. On the contrary, Han Xian's breath was unstable and his mouth cracked. Really? A child of the Han family? Ha ha ha. The stronger you are, the lower the probability of having a child. You can actually conceive a child before the sky is opened. Good, very good. Very good. There's no hurry to attack the inner area. It doesn't matter if we wait another 100 years for He Dao Yuan. However, Xia Shaochan said, no, He Dao Yuan will be a hidden danger after all. Hundreds of years ago, when I was in the mermaid royal family, I heard from my mother that He Dao Yuan was afraid of going to extremes. It's inevitable that he won't become the next Sherpa Huang. So, He Dao Yuan must be killed as soon as possible. After all, I've just been pregnant. Looking at the progress, I'm afraid it will take a long time for me to give birth to him. Han Fei's face immediately became serious. Can you wait 100 years? Xia Shaochan asked. What about your way of the human emperor? Just to wait for a child, He Dao Yuan? Since we've become mortal enemies, if you give him a chance now, once he learns that I'm pregnant, who knows if he will be crazy enough to kill me? Han Fei's heart trembled. That's true. In this case, kings, please prepare your forces. When I stabilize my cultivation and come out of seclusion, the human army will unify the inner area. Chapter 2099. Han Fei split open the sky with great momentum, and all the people prayed. After the sky was split open, countless people from the various great immortal palaces tried to immigrate to the lawless sky. Li Yingtian was the one who had a headache, so Han Fei didn't care about it. Han Fei's former residence in the Bright Moon Village couldn't be lived there anymore. This place was also called the Mortal Emperor's residence, and it was the place where the Mortal Emperor comprehended the Tao. Bright Moon Village was visited by cultivators every day because everyone felt that the place where Ren Huang comprehended the way must have some residual way rhythm. If they were to comprehend the Tao here, wouldn't their future be bright? In just 7 or 8 days, there was actually someone who comprehended the Tao near the human emperor's residence and became a venerable in one go. This news spread very quickly, which further confirmed the saying that one could comprehend the Tao in the human emperor residence. For a time, the Bright Moon Village became a place of enlightenment for various experts. The village chief of Bright Moon Village trembled with fear every day. These were all big shots. However, no one dared to be disrespectful to the village chief because the village chief kept saying, I was promoted by the human emperor. I drank with the human emperor and played cards with him. We even became good friends. Other than the village chief, many of the villagers of Bright Moon Village had boasted about how they had gone to sea together, how they had fished together, and how they had cooked together. There were even children who claimed that the human emperor had personally taught them. In any case, once these words were spoken, the big shots who came to Bright Moon Village would not dare to be rude to the villagers. Of course, they couldn't stay in human emperor's residence either. This was an order given by the village chief. No matter how powerful one's background was, as long as one dared to stay in human emperor's residence and destroy things there, he would go find the human emperor to punish them. Needless to say, when the village chief said those harsh words, a large number of people were indeed intimidated. However, the village chief did not know that there were often people who secretly moved in. In any case, he did not know, and the village chief would not tell him. He didn't know if it was because of Han Fei's sermons, but in just a month there were as many as 7 or 8 Tao seekers around the human emperor's residence. Even if Han Fei explained that it had nothing to do with the human emperor's residence, no one would believe him. There was an endless stream of people who came to comprehend the Tao. This led to a great change in Bright Moon's industry, and all kinds of famous inns were opened. There was an inn with a sign saying, Human Emperor's Residence. An inn pushed out a display shelf. The fish that the human emperor and I boasted about. There were even youths who set up stalls to collect fees. They relied on one sentence. The human emperor taught me the heart of Tao. There was even a woman who set up a small stall. Just by saying, I went on a blind date with the human emperor, caused the stall to explode in sales. While everyone was talking about the enlightenment in the Bright Moon Village, Han Fei was consolidating his cultivation in the Origin Sea. Splitting the heavens only opened up the sky of the Origin Source Sea. However, it was only opening up the sky. It wasn't actually stable. What Han Fei comprehended was the path of returning, which closely combined the great Tao with the Origin Sea. After he opened up this piece of sky, he couldn't help but have many doubts. There was the sky, there was the earth, there was the rotation of yin and yang. He couldn't help but think, how did yin and yang rotate? The great Tao of yin and yang transformed into the sun and moon. When they intersected with yin and yang, there would definitely be fluctuations. After the sun and moon alternated, where did they fall? This was because he subconsciously felt that the sun rose in the east and set in the west. If this rule was to be followed, what would the final surface of the Origin Sea look like? Almost instinctively, Han Fei felt that the Origin Sea should be a sphere. And the rotation of yin and yang was also circular, which made sense. However, he had seen the Origin Seas of Huang Jingyuan, Beiluochen, and Sherpa. Their Origin Seas seemed to only expand infinitely. Even the old tortoise had never tried to form the Origin Sea in the form of a sphere. Besides, the old turtle said, if the Origin Sea becomes a sphere, won't its size be fixed? At that time, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. The heaven-opening state was based on the size of the Strong's Origin Sea. Just as the old turtle said, if he took the initiative to shape the Origin Sea into the shape of a planet, wouldn't its size be fixed? However, when he expanded his Origin Sea after all things returned to origin, he vaguely felt something. Everything returned to the Origin Sea. But if the Origin Sea hadn't been condensed, wouldn't the Origin Sea itself not conform to the concept of nature? Han Fei had been thinking about this problem for the past few days, but he always felt that something was wrong. So Han Fei took out his fishing hook and fished out the historical projection of the Beast King. As soon as he came out, he heard the Beast King yell, "Didn't I tell you not to fish, people?" Han Fei hurriedly said, "Master, I have something to ask you. It will have a profound impact on how to open the path to heaven." Oh, seeing that it was a serious matter, the Beast King didn't embarrass Han Fei and asked, "What's the problem?" Han Fei asked, "Master, does the Origin Sea expand infinitely?" "So that's what you're talking about." The Beast King said, "I've also thought about this problem of yours back then, and after countless years of exploration, I came to the conclusion that it is not." Han Fei's eyes lit up. "That's right. I knew that the Origin Sea couldn't expand infinitely. Otherwise, it would feel a little boring." The Beast King said, "Now that you have opened the sky, even if you refer to reality, you will know the truth of the sunrise and the moonset. Therefore, after opening the sky, people will speculate that the Origin Sea is spherical, just like the stars. However, everyone knows that the bigger the Origin Sea, the better, so this direction should be correct. Even I have worked hard to open the Origin Sea for a long time, almost exhausting all the resources of the Emperor before I chose to connect the Origin Sea in all directions and condense it into a sphere." Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Condensing a sphere can prove my Tao?" The Beast King sneered, "How can it be so easy? You already know that the Origin Sea is connected to the Sea of Stars, right? Once the Origin Sea becomes like a big star, you need a lot of resources to maintain its operation. This is also what you need to do when you are in the Sea Expansion Realm and the Heaven Opening Realm. The purpose of the Sea Expansion Realm is to open the sky. In fact, it doesn't matter how many resources are injected into the Origin Sea. The purpose of the Heaven Opening Realm is to turn the Origin Sea into a star, but the size of the star and the path after the star is turned into is the key. Just turning into a star was already very difficult. You needed too many resources. Even so, even if you turn into a star, it doesn't mean that you can prove your Tao. What you need to prove your Tao is how to bear the Tao of heaven and earth, how to transform your Tao into the heavenly Tao, and how to integrate with the heavenly Tao. Only when you understand this can you have a chance to prove your Tao. Many thoughts flashed through Han Fei's mind, and he couldn't help but say, so, after opening the sky, most people in the heaven-opening realm know the way to prove their Tao, but it's very difficult to implement. The Beast King nodded. You can say that. The bigger the origin sea, the stronger it is. Besides, after turning into a star, there will indeed be an upper limit to one's strength. Therefore, most people are unwilling to turn into stars. Even if some people are willing, after they turn into stars, their strength will not be much higher than when they didn't turn into stars. And it is also very difficult to integrate the heavenly Tao and one's own Tao. It is not as simple as you think. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, people are usually unwilling to turn into stars before they understand the heavenly Tao and their own Tao. Han Fei couldn't help but look at the Beast King. Master, then why did you turn into a star? The Beast King said, I understood the heavenly Tao and my own Tao. After I proved my Tao, I became an emperor. So why didn't I turn into a star? Han Fei wondered. Since you have already understood it, why don't you expand the origin sea, make yourself stronger, and then turn into a star? The Beast King smiled and said, the heaven-opening realm is the heaven-opening realm after all. The bigger the origin sea is, the more difficult it is to turn into a star. The resources needed are simply astronomical. Where can I get the resources? I'm guarding this place. How can I have time to look for resources? Han Fei's heart moved. It seemed to make sense. His origin sea was only 130,000 kilometers wide, but he had already consumed countless resources. He couldn't even imagine it. Even if he wanted to turn into a star now, the same resources would at least double or even more. And in the heaven-opening realm, for every 10,000 kilometers the origin sea expanded, the resources needed would almost double. It could be seen how difficult the heaven-opening realm's demand for resources was. According to the Beast King, it seemed that all the resources of that emperor had been used up. It was no wonder that when he had asked for resources from him, he had given him nothing but a sovereign's handbook. But no matter what, Han Fei got a clear answer from the Beast King, that on the way to the heaven-opening realm, he had to achieve one goal, and that was to turn into a star. No matter how complicated it was, he had to turn into a star first. And just as the Beast King said, most people were reluctant to turn into stars, and Han Fei was certainly not willing to do so now. Not to mention that he had no resources now. Even if he had resources, he would probably use them to expand the origin sea. He was only 130,000 kilometers away. How could he go to the heaven-opening realm so soon? He hadn't even seen the sea realm world. If he went to the heaven-opening realm now, even if he succeeded, he might become the weakest emperor in history. After solving this puzzle, Han Fei was immediately enlightened. The Beast King's figure had already become illusory. He said, Boy, the chaotic sea is not big after all. I'll wait for you to leave this place as soon as possible. When you prove your Tao, you and I will join hands, and we can also establish a force. The two of us, master and disciple, can also explore the sea realm. Han Fei grinned and said, Master, wait for me for a few days. I will go to unify the human race and wait until my son is born. I also want to ask you to help me take care of my child. The Beast King slapped him, and Han Fei still fell to the ground, thinking that he couldn't stop it at all. The Beast King snorted coldly. Take care of your child? I proved my Tao just to take care of your child? Han Fei. Chapter 2100. Han Fei now had some clues about the exploration of the origin sea of the heaven-opening realm, and he had a venerable emperor to ask. Don't underestimate this little clue. If it were others, they might have to guess and make a choice, which was a very difficult thing. The origin sea was now undergoing a spontaneous remodeling similar to the movement of the Earth's crust, which should take a relatively long process. But now that he had advanced in the time chain, which accelerated time by 128 times, this process would be greatly accelerated. 100 years was actually equivalent to 10,000 years of accumulation. Therefore, from the beginning of the heaven-opening realm, he was destined to be much faster than Bei Luoqin and the others. After learning about the star conversion, the first thing Han Fei had to do was naturally to choose a bloodline to devour. If nothing went wrong, it would take him a long time to devour any bloodline. The main problem was which one to devour. As a mysterious god, the hexagon starfish's inheritance was mainly focused on defense. If he chose this bloodline, he might have room for improvement in the field of arrays. Moreover, with his physique coupled with the hexagon starfish's talent in arrays, when the arrays were opened, his chances of survival were very high, even in the sea realm. Time dragon carps, as creatures that swam in the long river of time, naturally had unparalleled talents. What was certain was that if he devoured this bloodline, he should go further on the Great Way of Time. The Great Way of Time was the most difficult to comprehend. Even he couldn't swim in time and could only resist the erosion of time for a short time. Of course, now that he had opened the heaven-opening realm, he might be able to travel hundreds or even thousands of years in time. But further away, Han Fei wasn't sure. Since opening the heaven-opening realm, Han Fei's understanding of his lifespan was about 1,000,000 years. Because at this realm, if he didn't appear in the world, he could really live for such a long time. And some other creatures might have a longer lifespan. This was the difference between races. And the last bloodline was the Golden Crow, divine blood. This bloodline was undoubtedly a very powerful bloodline. In fact, it might even be the strongest bloodline among the three, because this was the essence blood of the Golden Crow, a divine beast. If he swallowed this bloodline, it might greatly improve his combat talent, and so on. It could even elevate the level of his bloodline to a very high level. However, he was ranked at the same level as the hexagon starfish and the time dragon carp, which might also mean that even if it was the blood essence of a divine beast, this divine beast might not be that strong. After all, the large sparrow had fought with the divine beasts in the past. In terms of rank, the divine beasts and the great desolate beasts should be of the same rank. Therefore, there was no need to be particularly surprised that a divine beast was not a divine beast. At the very least, he could confirm that the twin yin-yang spirits swallowing fishes and the emperor sparrow's bloodlines were clearly superior to the golden crow, divine blood. Han Fei thought about it again, and finally decided on the time dragon carp bloodline. The reason why he chose the time dragon carp was mainly because of its control over time. I don't know what happened to old Han and my mother. I don't even know where they're trapped. He had tried to fish old Han not long ago, but old Han was like a wooden statue and didn't say anything. If he wanted to know what had happened, he would have to go back again and think of a way to ask his father about them. Now that he had made his choice, Han Fei didn't hesitate. Devour! After a while, 6,022 years of devouring time appeared in Han Fei's information. Han Fei was speechless. If he didn't accelerate time in the Origin Sea, it would take him more than 6,000 years to devour this bloodline. It could be seen that the higher the level, the more difficult it was to devour bloodlines. Anyway, it would take more than 47 years of normal time to complete the devouring, so Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. Having decided to devour the blood essence of the time dragon carp, the golden crow divine blood could only be given to the giant beast avatar. As for how the giant beast avatar would use it, it would depend on what kind of opportunities would appear in the future. As for the essence blood of the hexagon starfish, Han Fei could only give it up. Probably after he devoured the bloodline of the time dragon carp, the bloodline of the hexagon starfish wouldn't be prompted. In addition to the bloodline devouring, Han Fei had another thing to do. That was the fourth divine elixir. No matter how the Origin Sea changed, the demon purification pot was not affected, and the fourth divine elixir had long been on the verge of maturity. At the moment when the primordial purple chi was injected into the Origin Sea, this elixir finally matured. The fourth elixir could ride the fog and clouds, control the stars and the sea, and absorb the spiritual aura of the earth. Suppress a sea, open up a sky. I am the master of this world. This elixir seemed to be very suitable for the cultivation of the heaven-opening state. Perhaps only the heaven-opening state could devour this elixir. Of course, Han Fei didn't immediately pick this elixir because he was now seriously short of resources. He didn't have any chaotic qi, nor did he have much immortal spiritual qi. He didn't have any fierce qi either. All of them had been returned to the origin sea. If he needed a lot of resources to devour this elixir, it would be troublesome. So, Han Fei quietly left for a few months. Under the guidance of the nautical panorama, he dug more than 20 small ultra-quality spiritual stone veins and harvested more than 800,000 ultra-quality spiritual stones. Then, on this day above the sea, Han Fei smashed the void with a single slash and created an endless void. The cultivation of the heaven-opening state mostly absorbed the chaotic qi from the endless void and refined it into immortal spiritual qi. The only difficulty was that the closing ability of the endless void was too strong. If it was accidentally closed, the possibility of opening it again from the inside was very small. However, for Han Fei, this was not a big problem. After using the Gemini divine technique, his strength was also amazing. The black fog body entered the endless void and directly absorbed the chaotic qi with the demon purification pot. Yes, others might also need to absorb the chaotic qi themselves to open the endless void. At that speed, even for the heaven-opening state, every time they cut open the endless void, it would be good if they could harvest a few or dozens of strands of chaotic qi. As time went on, there would naturally be more and more. But Han Fei was different. The demon purification pot only had one way to absorb the chaotic qi and immortal spiritual qi. And Han Fei kept attacking outside, opening the endless void, not letting it close. On average, he had to attack once every 2 seconds. And cutting open the endless void also consumed a lot of energy. Even for the emperor, they needed to rest for a day before they could do it 10 times at a time. Han Fei was not an ordinary emperor. He was a body cultivator. He could cut open the endless void with brute force and could persist for more than 30 times before he was temporarily exhausted. Besides, this kind of exhaustion could be recovered after half a day of rest. In other words, every time Han Fei opened the endless void, he could last for more than 50 seconds. Such a long time was enough for the demon purification pot to absorb half of the emperor's origin sea. Of course, although there was a huge amount of chaotic qi in the endless void, the amount was not as concentrated as the emperor's origin sea. So Han Fei's harvest was about 2,500 to 3,000 strands at a time. If others were to find out about this number, they would probably be dumbfounded. No one could imagine that Han Fei could absorb 8,000 strands of chaotic energy in a day, which was so precious. How could ordinary people dare to think about this for a year? And Han Fei's plan was to absorb it for a year, because he was going to upgrade the time chain again and continue to accelerate the origin sea. It seemed that after opening the sky, he had too much room for improvement, so Han Fei's plan went very smoothly. More than 4 months later, the time chain was upgraded again. At this time, the time acceleration in his origin sea had reached a terrifying level of 256 times. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the time chain disappeared. This made Han Fei's heart sink. Was it because there were not enough little vines, so the time chain couldn't continue to upgrade, so it disappeared? Han Fei thought it was very likely to be the reason. Therefore, he didn't care very much. After all, his origin sea now had 256 times the time acceleration, which was already a very terrifying number. Not thinking about this, a few days later, Han Fei used the chaotic qi to transform the immortal spiritual energy for the first time. But this transformation suddenly made him feel that something was wrong. When he was in the Pioneer Sea realm, 10 strands of chaotic qi could be transformed into 1 strand of immortal spiritual energy, but now it took 100 strands of chaotic qi to transform 1 strand of immortal spiritual energy. When Han Fei shot out the current immortal spiritual qi, He was surprised to find that the power of this immortal spiritual qi seemed to be stronger. There was actually a Taoist aura in it, and it was not just one or two kinds of Taoist aura. It seemed to contain a trace of the power of the Great Way. Han Fei used a day to test it, and the fierce qi condensed by the mysterious yellow qi turned out to be the same as the immortal spiritual energy. As usual, he shot out the immortal spiritual energy. As a result, this sword strike collapsed the void of 6,000 kilometers, and the endless void was directly blasted out for about 5 seconds. F***CK. So strong? Han Fei was shocked. Could it be that the way he opened the sky was wrong? The way of returning to the origin was 10 times more difficult to condense the immortal spiritual energy than the ordinary heaven-opening state? Chapter 2101. Old Yuan, after you open the sky, what's the ratio of the chaotic energy to the immortal spiritual energy? The old turtle was silent most of the time. Han Fei was too powerful now. The only meaning of his existence now was to know more and answer Han Fei's questions at any time. The old turtle knew that only by finding his original body could he be useful to Han Fei now. Therefore, when Han Fei asked the question, the old turtle immediately replied, 100 to 1. Although you could transform the chaotic energy into immortal spiritual energy before, that immortal spiritual energy didn't have the blessing of Taoist aura. Besides, you used to be in the sea expansion realm, but now you are in the sky opening realm. The level of your power is different, so the level of the immortal spiritual energy you transform is naturally different. Han Fei frowned. I don't feel much. The old turtle said, before you could only use the power of the heaven-opening realm when you burst out one strand of divine killing intent. But only when you burst out 100 strands of divine killing intent at the same time can it be regarded as a real, terrifying blow of the heaven-opening realm. When you pretended to fight with Kong Shin, that blow was really powerful, but you didn't hit the target, so it might not be obvious. Now, when you slashed down with your sword, the void collapsed. Isn't it obvious? Han Fei thought to himself, so that's how it is. I thought it was 10 times more difficult for me to transform the chaotic energy with my way of returning. The old turtle said, but in my opinion, it's not that your transformation is more difficult than others. It's just that it's easier than others, because the immortal spiritual energy you transform seems to be more complicated, and the level of your power seems to be much higher than others. Han Fei sighed slightly. It's a pity that I thought I could be 10 times more powerful than my enemies. After a slight sigh, Han Fei didn't take it seriously. After all, his growth was already fast enough. If his power of heaven opening was 10 times more powerful than his enemies, wouldn't he be invincible in the heaven-opening realm in minutes? 8 months later, Han Fei saved 500,000 strands of chaotic energy, 10,000 strands of immortal spiritual energy, and 3,000 strands of ferocious spiritual energy. Anyway, if it was a battle, Han Fei would be able to burst out 300 strands of divine killing intent. Because the infinite void was here, he could obtain resources at any time. Han Fei finally knew why there was so little chaotic energy and immortal spiritual energy in the origin sea of Bei Luoqin and the others. They might not even have 50,000 strands of immortal spiritual energy in their bodies, and their chaos energy might only be maintained at around 200,000 strands. Of course, the speed at which he absorbed the chaotic aura was 100 times faster than them. But they were people who had lived for tens of thousands of years. How could they only have so little stock? It was obvious that their immortal qi was most likely going to be used to open up their origin sea. The 50,000 strands of immortal qi were only left for emergencies. Looking at it this way, if he cultivated for 3 to 5 years, the amount of power he could accumulate would be several times that of their normal reserves. After that, he could cultivate the chaos energy and immortal qi, which he could use to open up his origin sea. Of course, Han Fei didn't intend to spend so long. What he wanted to do this time was efficiency. As Xia Shaochan said, he Dao Yuan was a hidden danger after all. If a powerful heaven opening expert made a targeted attack, it would still be a very frightening thing. Han Fei came to the vine of the demon purification pot, reached out and touched it. The pill fell into Han Fei's palm. The fourth divine pellet was suitable for heaven creation, realm cultivation. When Han Fei took the divine pellet without hesitation, his whole soul buzzed as if it was about to leave his body. He felt that his mind was wandering in the sky and even about to break through the sea of stars. Han Fei felt the clouds in the sky, the wind and thunder rumbling, the earth veins being squeezed, the spiritual spring forming veins and the river flowing. With a thought, Han Fei appeared in the outside world. Because the origin sea was his, he didn't know whether it was because of the fourth divine pellet or because of his control of the origin sea. When he appeared in the outside world, he felt the same situation, or even worse. Han Fei felt that his soul had left his body and could feel the changes in this world. The tides were surging on the sea. There were schools of fish swimming under the sea. The sky was hazy with clouds and mist, and thunder was faintly heard. The direction in which the spiritual energy between heaven and earth flowed, and the direction in which the undersea currents flowed, seemed that everything was under his control. Han Fei could feel the vitality of nature, the power of nature, the mighty power between heaven and earth, and the flow of spiritual energy in the earth veins. Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Why was this similar to the fusion of the great path of heaven and his own path that the Beast King mentioned? Then Han Fei remembered what the Emperor said in the letter. There was a way to lead the great path of heaven into one's own path, or to cut one's own path into the great path of heaven and man. He was in this state now, although he was on the great path of returning. However, at this moment, Han Fei found that he could not only take the great path of returning, but also the great path of heaven and man. He only needed to cut off part of his own path and integrate it into the great path of heaven and man. Then he could use the great path of heaven and man to cover his true great path. At this moment, Han Fei was thrilled. He didn't know what the fourth divine pellet was capable of. Today, he realized that it was so terrifying that he could become a part of the great path of heaven. In the origin sea, massive resources were being consumed. Han Fei had to make a decision immediately. He needed to cut off, or rather, separate part of the power of the great path and turn it into the great path of heaven. A lot of thoughts flashed through Han Fei's mind. He immediately cut off the great path of time and the great path of Tianqi. These two great paths turned into the great path of heaven and man. They no longer belonged to the Jade Bridge, but to the origin sea. In this way, the large amount of chaotic energy and immortal spiritual qi that Han Fei had just accumulated wrapped the two great paths and part of his soul and assimilated them into this world. This situation lasted for more than 2 hours. When Han Fei slowly opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He didn't expect that after studying the great path of returning for 200 years, he was still on the path of merging the great path into the origin sea. Of course, his great path didn't merge with the earth of the origin sea. Everything here, including the wind, thunder, rain and lightning, the sun and the moon, was actually a part of the great path. In this way, Han Fei's 3 supreme great paths were all integrated into the origin sea. The great path of yin and yang turned into the sun and the moon, the yin and yang of the world. The great path of Tianqi turned into the vitality of the origin sea. At this moment, in the origin sea, countless sprouts appeared on the earth, which was brought by the vitality of the great path of Tianqi. The great path of time was integrated into the origin sea, giving the origin sea time in a real sense. Han Fei was sure that in the future he would no longer need the green jade bridge to switch great paths. He could use them with a single thought. These 3 supreme great paths completely hid the great path of origin in the green jade bridge. Even if something happened one day, as long as his great path of origin was not destroyed, he would not die. This meant that no one in the heaven-opening state could kill him at all. Even a venerable emperor might not be able to discover his true great path. Whoosh! Han Fei suddenly got up. It was time to stabilize his cultivation this time. Although if he practiced the void sky observing technique and the void fire refining technique, his strength should be greatly improved and he would make rapid progress in the early stage of the heaven-opening state. However, the path of cultivation in the heaven-opening state was long. No matter how fast his cultivation speed was, he couldn't become fat in one go. After more than a year of cultivation, his strength had basically stabilized, and it was time for him to get down to business. Looking at his information again, except for the separation of the great paths, everything else was within his expectations. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 100, heaven opening. See 10,000 family tree greater than 360,201, evolving. 06022, immortal spiritual energy 4. 200 origin, C greater than 130,000 kilometers. Spiritual power 1681598, perception range 2 million kilometers, power 118. 9968 waves. First spiritual heritage, primordial vein. Second spiritual heritage, vein of eternal darkness. First spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish level 92. Second spiritual beast, emperor sparrow level 98. Main art. Time fishing, level 8 of void fishing, emperor level, divine quality. A lot of immortal spiritual energy was consumed when he swallowed the fourth divine pill. But the ferocious energy didn't change much. But because it wasn't his main art, it didn't show up. He should still have half of the chaotic chi left, which could be converted into more than 2,000 strands of immortal spiritual energy. Therefore, Han Fei wasn't in a hurry to open the infinite void and swallow the chaotic chi. The weakening of the power of the soul was because part of it had been integrated into the heavenly path and could only be recovered slowly. And the strengthening of the power should be caused by the integration of the heavenly path into the origin sea. After all, he hadn't cultivated before, so he could only understand it in this way. At this point, Han Fei's strength was stabilized. He couldn't wait to go back. He didn't know how old his son or daughter were now. Half an hour later, Han Fei couldn't wait to go to the 9-palace heaven. Since Xia Shaochan was pregnant, to be safe, she stayed in the 9-palace heaven, guarded by Han Xian. As soon as Han Fei came back, Han Xian noticed it. He scanned him with his perception and couldn't help but be shocked. It's only been a year and 2 months. You've consolidated it? Han Fei shrugged. What else can I do? Han Xian was speechless. It seemed that his nephew was indeed more talented than him. It took him more than 50 years to completely consolidate his cultivation. After replying to Han Xian, Han Fei's face suddenly changed and he roared, "Hey! What qualifications do you have? You're pregnant. Why did you run to the trial field?" Chapter 2102. Xia Shaochan was pulled back from the trial field by Han Fei in a daze. Han Fei said angrily, "Can't you take a break for a few years? The trial is such a dangerous thing. Is it something you can do? What if I hit you in the stomach?" Xia Shaochan was speechless. I'm a grand sea expansion monarch. Can a mere trial injure me? Besides, have you ever seen a king who could kill his child with just a few jumps? Han Fei said, "Anyway, don't jump around. Aren't you going to cultivate reincarnation? With your current foundation, it will be very easy for you to cultivate reincarnation. When your incarnation becomes a king, it will be the time for your foundation to be repaired. At that time, you will be the real son of God." Xia Shaochan said, "I'm thinking about a question." Han Fei, Xia Shaochan said, "If I cultivate reincarnation, will it still be me? What if my reincarnation doesn't want to return? After all, it took her a long time to become a king. Once she becomes a king, she will merge with me, and then she will be gone. Do you think she will agree?" Han Fei was shocked by this statement. It seemed to make sense. The relationship between Tang Gu and Tang Yen was very complicated. Tang Yen had already become a sea expansion realm lord. Then, when Tang Gu also became a sea conqueror, should he return? After Tang Gu returned, who would he be? Seeing that Han Fei was also thinking, Xia Shaochan said, "As the main body, I can forcibly summon him back." However, it was clearly another person's memories, another person's personality, another person's emotions. I don't think this is the right way. Cultivating reincarnation can only help you survive. If you want to cultivate, you should recultivate. Hiss, Han Fei couldn't help but be surprised. Recultivate? You have already become a king. Xia Shaochan said, I have already become a king, so I know the power of a king. If I were to recultivate, my path would be smooth and unobstructed. At this time, the old turtle also said, although it takes time to recultivate, I don't think time is valuable. I can just take a nap. If I can recultivate, it will be better than cultivating reincarnation. Han Fei couldn't help but frown. What Xia Shaochan said was not unreasonable. He said, that's good. When this is over and your son is born, I'll cultivate with you again. It just so happens that I also need time to continue strengthening my heaven opening stage cultivation and prepare to go out. One day later, above the sky, Han Fei gave the order. All kings, listen to my orders. Gather at the 9 palace heaven with all the venerable ones within 3 days. The second expedition of the human race, the crusade against the grand pure infinity, is about to begin. Buzz, on this day the world was shaken. Someone said excitedly, the second expedition has begun. Does this mean that we'll have to move to the inner region in the future? I heard that the density of spirit chi in the inner region is several times that of the outer region, and the resources are 10 times that of the outer region. That's a great place. Someone said it's hard to say now. The expedition hasn't even started, and you already want to live in the inner region? That person sneered. Do you think you can run when the human sovereign is here? Were Bei Luochin of the limitless sky and Sherpa Huang of the 100 demon race killed by human kings? It's an open secret now. Everyone sighed. Anyway, this is a good thing. Human sovereign, Emperor Xian, the emperor of one sword, the emperor of snails, and the sword god. Human sovereign has made friends all over the world. With such great strength, how can he lose? We just need to wait for human sovereign to return. Someone echoed, yes. It said that human sovereign is extremely efficient. Marching for a month, fighting for a while. I think the inner region is not far from us. While the people were discussing, the kings and the venerables quickly returned. When Han Fei opened the sky, the kings and the venerables were already ready. They thought it would take at least a decade or 2 for human sovereign to consolidate his strength. Who would have thought that he would come out of seclusion in just over a year? A venerable exclaimed, no wonder he is the human sovereign. He can split the sky when he is only at the sea expansion stage. Now that he has just opened the sky, I don't know whether his strength has been consolidated or not, but he's going to take down the grand pure infinity. He's really efficient. Someone echoed, in the last battle, in addition to 10 million ultra-quality spiritual stones, I also killed a venerable of the 100 demon race and gained a lot. No one blamed me. Someone sneered, who's going to pursue the trifling matter that you've obtained? The 100 demon race was destroyed, and the resources and wealth were 900 billion on the surface. But in fact, it was much more than that. So many venerables who didn't get some benefits. When I cleaned up the battlefield, I saw 5 or 6 sun moon shells. A venerable who had just become a venerable joined in. Seniors, do you think I, who has just become a venerable, can get a share of the spoils? The two looked at each other and smiled. Yes, we can. In fact, we don't need to do anything. It's the human sovereign and the kings who really need to take action. Once there is a winner in the battle between the strong, the battle will be won. Our main task is to gather the immortal palace and preside over the situation after the victory. There will definitely be benefits. Han Fei didn't expect that only one day after he said he would gather in 3 days, the kings would arrive. except for a few special cases, such as in seclusion. All the venerables who could come were here. Last time, he just met the kings in a hurry and then went into seclusion. He didn't have time to meet them one by one. Now, Han Fei couldn't help but find that Zhou Yinling was also here. It seemed that Zhou Yinling was much more open-minded now. She said that she would see Han Fei again in the future, not now, but in the distant future. Therefore, Zhou Yinling was very calm now, even when she saw Xia Shaochan standing next to Han Fei. Part of the reason why Xia Shaochan had to go to this battle was that Zhou Yinling would also go. Of course, Zhou Yinling was only a small factor for Xia Shaochan to go. If she went, the mermaid royal family would definitely send experts to watch the battle, and Xia Hongzhu might even watch the battle in person. With the mermaid royal family watching the battle, this battle would definitely be won. And the probability of the mermaid royal family participating was almost zero. Because from the moment Xia Hongzhu woke up, the enemy was no longer the human race in the chaotic ocean. The entire mermaid royal family had only one goal, the infamily in the sea realm. Besides, Xia Shaochan felt that she would definitely win this battle. Because Han Fei had the nautical multitude instrument he Dao Yuan could not know. Since he knew he wouldn't run. If he couldn't run, there was no reason for him to win, because the Grand Pure Infinity had too few heaven-opening realm experts. Once Han Fei joined forces with the Sword God Palace, the Chaos Heavens would also stand on Han Fei's side. Grand Pure Infinity had already secretly taken action. And after this battle, Han Fei and Xia Shaochan had to return to the mermaid royal family. After all, Xia Hongzhu should know something as important as Xia Shaochan's pregnancy. Because Han Fei had the backing of the Beast King, he was very confident. No matter how powerful Xia Hongzhu was, she couldn't be more powerful than a venerable sovereign. Han Fei found that whether it was the Snow Girls Liang Yin or Huang Jie, their strength seemed to have improved a lot. These people had all come out of the imperial palace alive and had more or less obtained some opportunities. For example, the immortal palace lords like Xie Yu and Li Yingtian who returned later because they were all at the immortal palace lord level. Their strength wouldn't be too bad. At this moment, everyone looked at him without the hesitation and suspicion they had when they first met. Han Yu shouted, "We asked the human emperor to go on an expedition ahead of time and recover the inner region. It's our lifelong wish. Now, the army is full of momentum. It's time to march." As soon as Han Yu shouted, all the venerables of the Berserk Corpse cult shouted, "The human emperor, go on an expedition, recover the inner region, and kill the traitors." With the Berserk Corpse cult taking the lead, the kings all cupped their fists. "The human emperor, go on an expedition." All the venerables shouted at the same time, "The human emperor, go on an expedition." Han Fei looked at Han Xian. "Uncle Xian, I'm afraid I have to leave you to guard the outer region this time." Han Xian asked, "Why don't you take me, a strong fighter, with you?" Han Fei said, "The Snail Emperor is slow, but he can't be faster than you. This time is different from last time. Last time, Sherpa Huang only sent 2 kings. But this time, if he Dao Yuan doesn't respect martial ethics and attacks us as an emperor, the consequences are not something we can bear. Therefore, there must be someone guarding the rear." Han Xian nodded slightly. "Okay, with the Qianji Divine Ghost Disc, if he Dao Yuan really comes, I'll kill him alone." "Ha!" The uncle and nephew looked at each other and smiled. Han Xian was telling the truth. Han Fei knew that Han Xian was telling the truth. Han Fei didn't think he Dao Yuan could defeat the 5th form of the Qianji Divine Ghost Disc with the strength of an emperor. Even he could only unleash 6 times the strength of the Qianji Divine Ghost Disc. The 5th form of the Qianji Divine Ghost Disc could unleash 10 times the combat power. Once it was unleashed, the result could be imagined. Han Fei leaped up and stood on the 9 Palace Sky Tower. They heard him shout, "Good! Recover the inner region and unify the human race. It's the wish of all people. The human race should be unified and share the endless resources of the inner region. Kill the traitors, revive the human race, create a prosperous era, and create chaos in the sea. The human race should stand tall. Roar. This trip is to kill the traitors, revive the human race, and create a prosperous era. This trip is to kill the traitors, revive the human race, and create a prosperous era. Chapter 2103. News of the human clan's new expedition reached the inner region in a few days. The foreign fleet had just passed through the bewildering fog sea. Several large ships were already waiting here. Taking a closer look, he realized that they were all familiar faces. Zhao Xianglong and Lu Li came to pick him up in person. Zhao Xianglong couldn't help but sigh. It was said that Han Fei had already split open the sky. This child's cultivation talent was truly monstrous. Zhao Xianglong and Liu Li. Greetings, human king. Greetings, Senior Emperor Snail. Even though they had never seen the Snail Emperor before, it wasn't hard for them to tell. When Han Fei saw Zhao Xianglong, he couldn't help but say, "Brother, Zhao seems to be doing well recently." Zhao Xianglong smiled slightly. "Fortunately, I obtained a mind-cleansing mantra from Greater Darkness Heaven. Cultivating it every day, I should be able to fully recover after 1,000 years. However, I'm afraid splitting open the sky is impossible." Han Fei nodded slightly. Zhao Xianglong's obsession was so great that the entire dragon-subduing heaven had almost collapsed because of him. If he couldn't pass this trial, he wouldn't be able to split open the sky. Han Fei then looked at Lu Li and sighed. "I was also helpless when Qiu Yueming died in the Darch Palace." Lu Li cupped her hands. "Human Emperor, you don't have to blame yourself. The Darch Palace has a slim chance of survival, so how can the King realm be an exception? Moreover, I heard that Ren Huang saved her several times. If she wants to blame something, she can only blame her bad luck. Yes, to make a long story short, what's the current situation in the inner region? Zhao Xianglong, let's go. We'll talk as we walk." After a while, the army continued to advance. According to Zhao Xianglong and Lu Li, the situation in the inner domain was far more delicate than he had imagined. It was said that He Daoyuan knew that a great disaster was about to befall him, so he took the risk out of desperation and entered the demonic path. Moreover, in order to forcefully seize part of the immortal palace in his hands, the Grand Pure One forcefully subdued the Golden Crow, Dream-Weaving, and Medicine King immortal palaces. After all, the unification and victory in the outer regions had allowed the major palaces in the inner regions to understand the situation. Bei Luoqin was dead, and a real Wang Yijian had suddenly appeared in the Sword God Palace. He had even killed an emperor with a single sword strike. Apart from the Grand Pure One and the Chaos, who could match them? The Chaos Heavens had long sealed the skies. The Grand Pure Limitless and the 100 Demon Race joined hands. But in the end, the 100 Demon Race was annihilated. Now, there was no way to reverse the situation. If it wasn't for He Daoyuan's quick reflexes, forcefully taking in the Golden Crow Immortal Palace, Dream Immortal Palace, and Medicine King Immortal Palace, it was certain that they would betray them. Even Huobuli of Golden Crow Heaven wouldn't want to be Han Fei's enemy under such circumstances. Instead, he would think about how to join Han Fei's side like Hongyu. Unfortunately, the conditions did not allow it. Apart from Heavenly Xianglong, not long after Zhao Xianglong returned, he had already secretly contacted the Sword God Four Palaces, allowing him to escape the Grand Pure Wuji's control. For example, before the Grand Pure One and the others were defeated, they would never have thought that they would lose. Lu Li said, "Now, the Tai Yuan Heaven sealing technique has been used. Although the Sword God and Wang Yijian are strong, it's not so easy to kill a sovereign realm cultivator with one sword. The reason why Wang Yijian was able to kill a king with a single strike was because his sword had not been unsheathed for too long. Furthermore, Yun Tianhe was a hidden heaven opening expert. If Yun Tianhe and Xian Qingzi joined hands, they could barely fight against Wang Yijin. Even if these two were no match for Wang Yijin, perhaps Senior Sword God was already no match for He Daoyuan. So we don't dare to act rashly. Oh, hearing this, Han Fei was shocked. Senior Sword God was defeated by He Daoyuan? Did He Daoyuan become so powerful after becoming a demon? Zhao Xianglong said in a low voice, although I do not know the specifics of the situation. However, He Daoyuan's situation is most likely similar to my situation at the beginning of the dragon subduing sky. They had activated something extremely dangerous. Although the dragon clan didn't descend like the subduing dragon heaven, the dragon clan didn't descend. However, He Daoyuan himself must have used a similar method to communicate with some sort of existence and entered the demonic path. Although his strength had not doubled, it had at least increased by 70 to 80%. If not for his fear of Wang Yijin, He Daoyuan might have dared to make a move. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Did the Beast King know about this? However, if they were to communicate with the outside world through sacrificial rituals, the Beast King might not be aware of it. It was just like how the God's Bane Heaven had always been in contact within clan and practiced God's descent. If He Daoyuan's strength was doubled, he could not be underestimated. He was not an ordinary heaven opening tier cultivator, but the former leader of the 36 mysterious heavens. His strength was even stronger than Bei Luochen. Han Fei asked, now the dream-weaving heaven and the medicine king heaven can't contact each other at all. Lu Li said, just like the outer realm, the Grand Pure Wuji and the 3 great divine palaces have gathered together. There are hundreds of millions of humans there. If we fight now, I'm afraid the innocent will be implicated. Zhao Xianglong said, if we force a fight, it is inevitable that He Daoyuan will do something outrageous. We can't ignore the lives of hundreds of millions of humans just to kill him. Han Fei nodded slightly. This was a bit tricky, if it was a fair fight. So what if He Daoyuan's strength doubled? You can double your strength, but I can't? If my strength doubled, can I break the shell of the Snail King? However, if He Daoyuan was using the lives of hundreds of millions of people to threaten me, should I fight or not? Han Fei was silent for a while and then said, no matter what, let's see He Daoyuan's people first. 3 days later, Taishan Heaven, the Sword God, Wang Yijin, Han Fei, the Snail King, and Kongshin all gathered here. The Sword God said, since you are walking on the great way of the human emperor, you must not give up the hundreds of millions of humans in the Grand Pure Wuji and the other 4 great divine palaces. Otherwise, even if your path is not cut off, I'm afraid you can't go on. Han Fei nodded. I know what He Daoyuan wants. He just wants a chance to fight me one-on-one to the death. Why do you think so? Even Wang Yijin couldn't help but ask this question. Han Fei smiled slightly. Even if he wants to use these hundreds of millions of humans to block my path, he will do it when he is face to face with me. Otherwise, if he slaughters them in advance, it will be beyond my reach. In fact, he can't block my great way of the human emperor. He Daoyuan understands this truth, so he will definitely meet with me. Maybe he is still hoping to kill me and get the nautical multitude instrument. The Sword God asked, why doesn't he slaughter the great divine palaces and hundreds of millions of humans, first to cut off your path to the human emperor, and then fight with you? Han Fei said, unless he doesn't want to live? If he doesn't want to live, why did he become a demon? Once hundreds of millions of humans die, how can he survive as long as we are here? Han Fei smiled. If he wants to fight me, then I'll satisfy him. The Snail King asked, fight you to the death? I'll take you to the territory he has set up. There were only 3 heaven-opening state cultivators left in the Grand Pure Wuji sect. If He Daoyuan wanted to fight Han Fei one-on-one, he would definitely find a place where other heaven-opening state cultivators couldn't intervene. Han Fei could only think that He Dao Yuan had already prepared a place for the battle, or he would follow Han Fei into the crevice of time. Of course, his purpose was to fight him one-on-one anyway. Han Fei couldn't help but sneer. When I was in the Pioneer Sea state, I wasn't afraid. After entering the heaven-opening state, my great way has been separated. No matter how strong He Dao Yuan is, he can't kill me, unless this old man has already proved his Dao. However, if he had really proved his Dao, it would be so big that everyone in the chaotic, vast sea would know. Even if no one here knew, the Beast King would definitely know. Therefore, Han Fei could fight this battle. Han Fei said, "Seniors, I don't know Xianqingzi. I don't know Yin Tianhe, but he can't be stronger than Bei Luoqin. If I take He Dao Yuan away, the rest will be up to you." Wang Yijian said, "Xianqingzi, it's just a sword attack." The emperors were speechless. Only a great sword cultivator like him could say that. No one doubted it at all. The old snail said, "If He Dao Yuan is taken away, I can control the void and stop the two heaven-opening state cultivators. It won't be a problem." Although the old snail was slow, if he really fought with him, Han Fei wouldn't have a chance of winning. He had said that if it weren't for the chaotic vast sea, he would be at least as strong as the martial king and Xia Hongzhu if he went all out. Han Fei had always been decisive. He said, "Okay, I don't want any of the grand pure Wuji sects Sea Expansion Realm cultivators. If we win this battle, the venerable state cultivators will be screened one by one. The human race will be unified now." Han Fei had made up his mind, and the others didn't object. They recognized Han Fei's strength. Besides, Han Fei had mastered the great Tao of time and the heavenly awakening divine technique, which was no weaker than the human king. The human king could compete with Xia Hongzhu when she was at her peak. Even if Han Fei couldn't defeat He Dao Yuan, who had just opened the sky, he wouldn't be killed. The heavenly awakening great Tao was known as the Tao of immortality. Half a day later, Han Fei ordered, "Everyone, attack the Grand Purity Palace." Latest chapter of the Fishing God. Full text of the Fishing God. /read/106468 /download address of the Fishing God. Mobile phone of the Fishing God. /read/106468 for the convenience of reading next time. You can click collect below to record this. Chapter 2103. You can read it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Fishing God, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 2104. The Medicine King's Sky. Old Chiu stared at the medicine in the furnace with a solemn face. Not just the old lady. Xia Jiming and Hobuli didn't expect Han Fei to grow so fast. Splitting open the sky was such a difficult thing. But Han Fei did it just like that. Was he the god's favorite? Now, they were forced by He Dao Yuan to do it. However, no matter what the result of the battle between He Dao Yuan and Han Fei was, they would all become sacrifices. At this moment, the old lady heaved a long sigh. It was better for one person to die than for the entire Medicine King's sky. When the last medicine was ready, the old lady spat out her blood essence into the furnace. This mouthful of lifeblood essence was equivalent to 10,000 years of the old woman's lifespan. Her hair turned white at a visible speed, and wrinkles appeared on her face. The old lady was one of the first to become a king. After such a long time, she spat out another 10,000 years of her life. Her life was almost at its limit. She didn't have many years left. At this moment, the pill tribulations gathered. A moment later, 8 pill tribulations came in a row, and a blood-red pill appeared in the sky. At this moment, He Dao Yuan in a black robe appeared in the sky above the Medicine King's sky. He Dao Yuan praised, as expected of Elder Chiu, 8th grade divine pills are hard to come by in a lifetime. With this pill, I'll have more confidence in this battle. Old Madam Chiu's breath was weak. She panted and said, if Han Fei didn't take away the exalted purple smoke furnace, This pill might have reached level 9. Cough, cough. I can't fight. This is all I can do. I hope you can win. He Daoyuan grabbed the pill. Old Chiu, don't worry. We don't know who will be the winner until the end. After saying this, he Daoyuan left. He didn't care about the old lady's life or death, because the last value of the Medicine King's sky was gone. Outside the Grand Purity Palace, Han Fei's army had arrived. Han Fei's voice shook the palace. He Daoyuan, come out and die. His voice exploded in the Grand Purity Palace and the other palaces like thunder. Countless people here were all horrified. Someone said, Han Fei is really an ambitious man. How dare he call himself the human emperor? Bah! Bullshit, human emperor. Is this how the human emperor does things? Someone sighed. Once the battle for splitting the heavens is effected, how can we survive? Someone let out a long sigh as if he had given up hope. In the eyes of the strong, we are just ants. Currently, our celestial palaces have been sealed for 100 years. People are only allowed to enter, but not leave. My emperor is not giving us a way out. Uft. Not a single one of them is good. There isn't a single good person among the strong. Someone cursed, including He Daoyuan and Han Fei. It wasn't the first time such voices had appeared. They had been heard since He Daoyuan forcibly sealed the 5 great celestial palaces. Some said that He Daoyuan was clearly trying to drag them down with him. Some people began to hesitate. Perhaps Han Fei's side was the correct path. He Daoyuan was going to threaten Han Fei with the billions of humans from the immortal palaces. When public opinion increased, the people would naturally come to a conclusion. Now Han Fei really came. In their opinion, Han Fei didn't take them seriously and didn't care about their safety at all. How could he be called the human emperor? In the Grand Purity Palace, He Daoyuan was sitting on the Celestial Palace. Xian Qingzi and Yun Tianhe stood on both sides. And He Daoyuan said indifferently, if something happens to me, you can't escape death either. So if this happens, don't hold back. Burn all the 5 great celestial palaces. Even if you die, you must cut off Han Fei's path to the human emperor. Xian Qingzi smiled slightly. At this point, we can only fight to the death. Yun Tianhe added, after you and I die, even if the flood surges to the sky, let's do it. At this moment, Han Fei stood alone 1,000,000 kilometers away from the Grand Purity Palace. Behind him, Xia Shaochan and the others were already powerless. In the face of such a battle, even the Battle of Kings was meaningless. Xia Shaochan said, Senior Sword God, Senior Emperor Snail, why did you let him take the risk alone? The Sword God responded, if not, He Daoyuan wouldn't have fought. Luo Xiaobai took Xia Shaochan's hand. You know him. You know how terrifying the phenomena he created were. This battle is the final decisive battle in the chaotic ocean. If Han Fei doesn't go, He Daoyuan and the others will still have to go if they threaten him with billions of humans. But then he will be in a passive position. At this time, you can only trust him. Zhang Xuanyu held the spear in his hand. He can bring us the most surprises. It took him 200 years to create the sky. He is also the only one in the entire chaotic ocean. It will be easy for him to kill He Daoyuan. Although Zhang Xuanyu said, so his palms were sweating. After all, He Daoyuan was the former leader of the human race. Such a strong master had created the sky for tens of thousands of years, and Han Fei had just created the sky. Lu Renquang said in a low voice, don't worry. He ate the dumplings I made. This battle will be smooth. At this moment, with a swish, He Daoyuan appeared above the Grand Purity Palace in black with an arrogant attitude. Han Fei, I didn't go to you, but you came to me first. Since you want to fight, do you dare to fight me fair and square? Han Fei roared, why not? There should have been a decisive battle between you and me. He Daoyuan snorted coldly. In that case, let's enter this place. He Daoyuan stretched out his hand, and a prepared teleportation array appeared. On Han Fei's side, the kings were surprised that He Daoyuan wanted to fight Han Fei one-on-one. Suddenly, everyone's heart tightened. Under such circumstances, Han Fei shouldn't have fought in front of all the emperors. He Daoyuan said, "You are also a master of arrays. You should be able to understand this array." The hearts of Xia Shaochan and the others also sank. How could this be? Who knew what was on the other side of the teleportation array? However, when they were about to speak, they heard Han Fei sneer. "Since you want a fair battle, call Swan Kingzi and Yun Tianhe out. How can it be fair without them? On my side, all the emperors are present, and I did not hide anything." He Daoyuan nodded slightly. "That's good. Then call Tai Yuan out too. Don't tell me he is not here." Last time, during the expedition to the 100 Demon Clan, Tai Yuan protected the rear of the human race. Maybe Tai Yuan wouldn't participate in their battles, but he wouldn't sit by and watch billions of human beings die. He Daoyuan knew that since he had the intention to destroy the 5 divine palaces, Tai Yuan must have guessed it and he must be here. Han Fei didn't care. Tai Yuan had taken action once, and he couldn't hide it anymore. Han Fei said, "Senior Tai Yuan." Before seeing Tai Yuan himself, Tai Yuan's voice came from the void. He said, "I only want to protect the people and don't want to participate in your battles." He Daoyuan sneered. "As an emperor, you can't avoid some things even if you want to." After He Daoyuan said that, Swan Kingzi and Yun Tianhe appeared in the distance. Han Fei glanced at the teleportation array and thought that with his current mastery of the great Tao of time, he could even reverse time at the last moment of the teleportation array. He believed that He Daoyuan must have a backup plan. However, didn't he have a backup plan? So, Han Fei looked back at the others. "Don't worry." At this moment, He Daoyuan said, "Since I'm giving you a chance to decide the winner, shouldn't you show some sincerity and show me the nautical globe? If you win, the inner area will be yours. If I win, the inner area will still be yours. I'll only protect Swan Kingzi and Yun Tianhe. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death." Han Fei sneered. "The battle hasn't started yet, and you're already thinking about my nautical globe? If you want to see it, I'll show it to you." Then Han Fei stretched out his hand, and the nautical globe appeared. He Daoyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and then a voice appeared in Han Fei's mind. "You should know that before we win, the Sword God and the others can't do anything. Otherwise, you can kill Swan Kingzi and Yun Tianhe, but your path will be cut off. Even if they are emperors, their Tao hearts will be obstructed." Han Fei responded, "It seems that you are really obsessed. You're threatening the billions of people in the 5 divine palaces. Do you think you deserve to lead the 36 mysterious heavens?" He Daoyuan scoffed. "Do you think you're any better?" "Humph!" Han Fei snorted and glanced at the Queen of Snails and the others. "When I return, I'll take over the inner area." He Daoyuan and Han Fei entered the teleportation array one after another. The moment the 2 of them entered, the teleportation array collapsed, leaving no chance for the others to react. Xia Shaochan couldn't help looking into the void, clearly expressing that she wanted Xia Hongzhu and the others to pay attention, because they didn't expect that Han Fei would choose to fight He Daoyuan one-on-one. In fact, when Han Fei and He Daoyuan entered the void, Luo Xiaobai and the others were surprised. The moment Han Fei and He Daoyuan left one after another, the Sword God, Wang Yijian, Kong Shen, the Queen of Snails, and Tai Yuan all took action. Luo Xiaobai was dumbfounded. What's going on? Han Fei and He Daoyuan hadn't won yet. If they took action now, wouldn't they be forcing them to die together? Even Xian Qingzi and Yun Tianhe were stunned. Although they were prepared to destroy the 5 immortal palaces, it wasn't now. Han Fei and He Daoyuan had just left, and these emperors must know the unspoken rules of the battle. If they took action now, they would be forcing them to detonate the 5 immortal palaces right now. Xian Qingzi's face changed drastically. "You dare to take action? Are you going to ignore the lives of billions of humans? Are you going to ignore your Taoist heart and Han Fei's path to the human emperor? Yun, Tianhe, and Xian Qingzi looked at each other and knew that these people didn't play by the rules. They made up their minds at the same time, and the 5 immortal palaces trembled as if a magnitude north earthquake had taken place at the same time. They seemed to be about to collapse in the next second. Also, the void around them showed signs of collapsing. Yun, Tianhe cursed, "Since we're going to die, let's die together." However, at this moment, the 5 immortal palaces were sealed by a mysterious force at the same time, and the so-called perishing strategy collapsed in an instant. But God of Swords and the others were relieved. Kill. Chapter 2105. When Han Fei entered the teleportation array, he didn't find any danger. This was a super long-distance teleportation array. Although Han Fei didn't know the destination, he could turn back time in the teleportation array at any time, or even forcibly break the array and get out. After a while, what Han Fei worried about happened. The teleportation array had a problem. This was He Dao Yuan's scheme, which was to make Han Fei jump into the trap he dug. But he didn't know that this was actually Han Fei's plan too. As long as He Dao Yuan was lured away, he would never be able to return to the grand pure Wuji. This meant that the moment he stepped into the teleportation formation, this expedition had already been a success. Now, as Han Fei said, this was the final battle. Either he or He Dao Yuan would die. Han Fei believed that he couldn't die, so He Dao Yuan had to die. At this moment, the second half of the teleportation array was shrouded by a dead air. Han Fei had seen this kind of dead air before. It was on the Forbidden Island, similar to the Death Valley that led to the Undying Temple. Han Fei was shocked. If he really went to the Undying Temple, he really couldn't do anything to He Dao Yuan. If the enemy was just He Dao Yuan himself, it would be fine. But if the enemy was the Undying Temple, he would have to ask his first senior brother for help. Also, Han Fei never expected that He Dao Yuan's trump card was the Undying Temple. It was said that the Undying Temple was everywhere. It turned out that their heritage couldn't be found in the chaotic ocean. When a blue halo flowed, Han Fei activated the Tao of Time as soon as he sensed the dead air. At the same time, as he slashed out, the infinite void was broken. The void storm instantly filled the entire teleportation array. The teleportation array collapsed. The 2 of them didn't dare to enter the infinite void, so they could only break the void storm at the same time, break the teleportation array and fall out. However, there was another figure that fell out together with it. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, is there a heaven-opening state cultivator? Han Fei frowned. Are they from the Immortal Temple? Fortunately, he reacted fast, otherwise he would have been killed immediately if he went to the end of the teleportation array. This was a sea area that nobody knew where it was. After the 3 of them fell out, Han Fei said, "He Dao Yuan, is this your backup plan? Do you think that one more heaven opening stage Undying can kill me?" He Dao Yuan sneered. "You can try." Under Han Fei's feet, within 10,000 kilometers, the air of death was surging. He Dao Yuan held the green sword in her hand. This sword was called the Sky-Opening 3-Feet Sword, but it was only an ultra-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure. It was incomparable to Han Fei's treasure. What was terrifying was He Dao Yuan's strength. Since this person was able to become the master of the Supreme Purity Palace and was once the strongest person in the human race, he naturally lived up to his name. He Dao Yuan swung her sword, and Han Fei could feel the aura of the great Dao gathering around her sword. The moment He Dao Yuan made his move, the Undying attacked as well. Of course, Han Fei immediately activated the Great Path and increased his combat power by 5 times. With the current golden jade bone, he could completely control it. Swish, Han Fei waved the Tao Convergence sword with his left hand and the Heavenly Awakening Divine Technique with his right hand. Ding, bang, the terrifying explosion caused the seawater within a radius of 10,000 kilometers to soar into the sky. Endless sword chi burst out in this place. It was just a tentative strike, and neither side was willing to show weakness. He Daoyuan didn't expect that Han Fei's current strength had reached such a terrifying level. He could fight 2 sky-opening immortals by himself, and he could still do it with ease. The power that Han Fei burst out had reached a terrifying 6 million waves. Of course, pure power couldn't measure a battle between the strong. However, in this strike, Han Fei found that the power of He Daoyuan's undying seemed to be more than 1. 5 million less than 1. 8 million. After all, they weren't body cultivators, so this number was normal to Han Fei. Han Fei shouted, He Daoyuan, don't you know that the heavenly awakening divine technique is the nemesis of the undying? Nemesis? Humph! The heavenly awakening divine technique consumes your lifespan, doesn't it? Even if you're a sky-opening immortal and have a lifespan of 1,000,000 years, you can still try to purify a heaven-opening immortal with the heavenly awakening divine technique. At this time, He Daoyuan opened his mouth and swallowed, and a large amount of immortal qi was sucked into his body. His eyes were dark, and his body was full of death. He Daoyuan's strength was soaring rapidly. Han Fei was not in a hurry. Instead, he stopped and let He Daoyuan fight. He said lightly, Since I entered the sky-opening realm, I haven't had a decent battle. Today, let's see how strong you can become. Huh! He Daoyuan's voice seemed to have become the roar of a beast, and half of his body turned into an octopus. Han Fei thought to himself, this guy seems to be crazy. He even took this path with his spiritual beast. For a time, the sword shadows shot out by He Daoyuan's 8 tentacles surrounded the 3 feet, sort of splitting, forming 9 sword shadows, and the Taoist aura was mixed with unknown death aura. Han Fei flipped his hand, and the mortal killing intent of the heaven-opening realm slashed out. Pung, pung, pung. Explosions rang out continuously, and the 8 sword shadows all collapsed. The baleful immortal even caused the void to collapse. However, the last sword formed a spiral and made a cracking sound as it rubbed against the remaining power of the immortal killing intent. Han Fei's face changed slightly. He Daoyuan's power was several times stronger than before. At this moment, the power of the explosion might be close to 8 million waves. When this sword was out, the area within 30,000 kilometers directly collapsed. Han Fei's immortal killing intent was wiped out. But Han Fei was not in a hurry. He formed a fist seal and broke the sword with force. While Han Fei and He Daoyuan were fighting, the immortal killing intent turned into a shadow 10,000 meters high, pointing at Han Fei like a ferocious demon. Immortal divine sword. At this moment, He Daoyuan's power burst out. A sword aura burst out from his dark eyes, which carried the Taoist aura of death. Wherever it passed, the seawater and the void were corroded. This was a skill of Tao, which couldn't be resisted by strength alone. Han Fei waved his left hand, and time turned into a knife. The knife and the sword collided. Seeing that his time was about to be corroded, Han Fei added the power of the cycle of time to the blade of time. On the other side, Han Fei was covered in holy light, and he launched the sacrificing punch. The fist seal was filled with endless healing light. Rumble, BM, cough, cough, cough. Han Fei was forced back by the joint attack of the two. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, Han Fei's explosive power was too strong. He shattered He Daoyuan's immortal killing intent with his left fist and shattered half of the demon's shadow with his right fist. He Daoyuan said, "Time is not invincible. Take another attack from me." He Daoyuan and the immortal killing intent stretched out their hands. The air of death was connected, and endless darkness appeared in the void. It covered Han Fei. Han Fei thought of something. He held the blade of time in his left hand and the spatial giant in his right hand and slashed at the darkness. But he was sucked in when he touched it. Black hole. Black hole of death? Han Fei made up a name for this attack. It could absorb light and even time, which was similar to the infinite void. If Han Fei was covered by the power of death, He would have to sacrifice tens of thousands of years of his lifespan and activate the apocalyptic divine technique to block the attack again, even if he didn't die. Also, Han Fei found a problem. He roared, "Is the immortal your external incarnation?" He Dao Yuan sneered. "Did you only find out now? What if I tell you that he's also the master of the immortal pirate crew, the top of the top 10 pirate groups?" Han Fei nodded while retreating. "That makes sense. The immortal pirate crew is the top of the top 10 pirate groups in the chaotic, vast ocean. If it only had one king, it would have been destroyed a long time ago." However, Han Fei smiled and said, "What? Do you have other trump cards? Why don't I show you mine?" He Dao Yuan's face slightly changed. Han Fei's strength was terrifying, but he was sure that Han Fei had used a secret technique. Han Fei's only advantage was that he walked on the great path of time. His plan was to cut off time at the moment when Han Fei reversed time and entered the great path of time to return to his peak state. However, Han Fei was going to show his trump card now. Was there someone hiding in his origin sea? But the next moment, Han Fei flipped his hand and a mirror appeared. When the mirror shone, He Dao Yuan's undying avatar disappeared and reappeared in the mirror. The black hole of death that He Dao Yuan and the immortal's external incarnation immediately collapsed. Han Fei grinned. "Watch carefully. Apocalyptic divine technique." Holy light descended from the sky and fell into the mirror. He Dao Yuan's external incarnation, who had just been sucked into the mirror of infinity, didn't have time to figure out how to break the mirror of infinity when he saw holy light bursting out from all the mirrors he could see. Han Fei sneered in his heart. When he entered the mirror of infinity, it took him a long time to find a way to leave. How did he get out in the blink of an eye? Even if he could destroy a low-quality divine weapon, it would basically kill his immortal clone. Besides, Han Fei didn't give him a chance at all. "Didn't you think I couldn't kill him with the apocalyptic divine technique?" In the mirror of infinity, an apocalyptic divine technique can be replicated by countless mirrors. I don't believe that he can persist as an immortal. As expected, when the mirror of infinity was filled with divine light, He Dao Yuan's immortal clone spewed out a lot of black mist, which was melted by the holy light as soon as it came out. In an instant, He Dao Yuan's immortal clone began to melt. Chapter 2106. He Dao Yuan was horrified. The undying clone was his biggest trump card. The two of them were connected, and the battle wouldn't be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. In fact, although Han Fei was strong, with 2 heaven-opening stage cultivators, even if Han Fei's strength was unparalleled and his battle prowess was terrifying, he would not be able to easily resist. However, to his surprise, Han Fei just took out a mirror casually and stored his undying incarnation into it in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he could clearly feel the danger of the undying clone's death. He Dao Yuan wouldn't give up. He grabbed again, and the Xiantian sword appeared. It seemed to have absorbed a lot of energy, and a scorching sword light burst out. He Dao Yuan even dripped a drop of green water from the sword. It merged with the sword light, and Han Fei clearly sensed the light. He felt a sense of danger. Han Fei was determined to destroy He Dao Yuan's undying clone, so he didn't retreat at all. He attacked with the divine aura and raised the phoenix feather manic blade. The celestial qi poured in crazily, and the sea started burning. Clang, bang, the divine aura collapsed after 3 seconds. Han Fei was shocked. The power of his immortal, baleful qi was no longer what it used to be. What was that drop of green liquid? How could it make that Xiantian sword so powerful? Even so, Han Fei didn't retreat. The moment he drew the phoenix feather manic blade, the sea seemed to become his domain. Clang, with another crisp sound, Han Fei was pushed back for 3,000 miles. Half of his body was numb, but he kept grinning. He Dao Yuan's attack wasn't weak, but he had too many divine weapons. If the ultimate blade hadn't exploded, this would be the best time to stab He Dao Yuan. But even without the ultimate blade, Han Fei still had the infinity water. At this moment, The infinity water also turned into a blade and slashed at He Daoyuan. Pooh! Han Fei spat out some water, but he sucked it back in. He was actually stronger than He Daoyuan if he didn't have that drop of strange liquid. But even so, he blocked He Daoyuan's attack. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. He Daoyuan, is this your trump card? It's time for your undying avatar to fall. Explode! He Daoyuan was also well versed in battles. What he was fighting for was momentum and decisiveness. He was looking for an opportunity in the midst of an explosion. Han Fei didn't expect that he would detonate the Empyrean ancient sword. Damn it, the sword was right in front of him, and he suddenly detonated it. The explosion shook his internal organs and made his blood flow in reverse. Puffed! Han Fei spat out a mouthful of blood again. The sword collapsed the void from the explosion, and the void storm swept over him. Fortunately, his flesh and blood were too tyrannical, and his golden jade bone had reached the large success stage. Although he felt a little exhausted, fortunately the ancient suspended sky sword was not a divine artifact, and he could still resist it. Although there were hundreds of wounds on the surface of his body, they were all minor injuries. Han Fei realized that his outburst was coming to an end and he had to reverse time. However, in the infinity mirror, the apocalyptic divine art had yet to completely annihilate He Daoyuan's undying avatar. Therefore, taking advantage of this explosion, Han Fei launched the apocalyptic divine technique again to attack the infinity mirror. After all, he was an undying of the heaven opening stage, so it was indeed possible for him to block the attack of the mirror of infinity once. But the chance for him to block it a second time was very slim. Explode! He Daoyuan roared again. Han Fei thought that He Daoyuan was going to attack again, but with a crack, 3 cracks appeared on the mirror of infinity. Rumble in the sky! A big blood-colored crack appeared like a blood-colored abyss, and the sky was bleeding. This was the sign of the Emperor's death. Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. You even blew up your heaven opening stage avatar. Han Fei gasped. What AF * king, ruthless person. Not only did he blow up an ultra-quality sea, quelling bizarre treasure that was almost comparable to a divine artifact, but now he even blew up his heaven opening stage avatar. Even if it was an avatar, it was still a heaven opening stage avatar. After all, the infinity mirror was only a low-quality divine artifact. It was already good that it didn't explode on the spot. The Grand Purity Palace was also in a fierce battle. The old snail forcibly protected the 5 immortal palaces, and Taiyuan took down Hobuli, who tried to make trouble. Sha Jiming and old Lady Qiu did not resist. At this time there was no need for them to resist fearlessly, because it was meaningless. And the sword god, Wang Yijian and Kong Xin attacked Xian Qingzi and Yun Tianhe. As soon as the Grand Purity Palace stood up, a blood-colored crack appeared in the sky, which was clearly the sign of the Emperor's death. Xia Shaochan immediately said, "It's not Han Fei." Phew! Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang, Xuanyu screamed. Son of AB *TCH, is Han Fei's fighting efficiency so high now? How long has it been? He Daoyuan has been killed so quickly? Lu Renquang said he killed an emperor when he was only in the sea opening stage. I don't think it's strange that he can kill an emperor so quickly. Even Wang Yijian couldn't help but be surprised. Was Han Fei's killing speed faster than his? His sword was still brewing, and Han Fei had already finished the battle? Luo Xiaobai shouted, He Daoyuan has died. Grand Pure Wuji, all the immortal palaces surrender now. When Luo Xiaobai and the others breathed a sigh of relief, they didn't know that Han Fei had only killed one of He Daoyuan's avatars. On the battlefield on Han Fei's side, with a thought from him, a time barrier appeared, and he took back the infinity mirror. He took a deep breath and directly entered the time barrier. No matter how strong Han Fei was, in terms of basic combat power, he was still inferior to He Daoyuan. The gap of tens of thousands of years couldn't be made up so quickly. It was already very good that he could kill He Dao Yuan's undying avatar and force him to blow up the Emperorian hanging sword in less than 10 minutes. However, when he turned back time, Han Fei saw He Dao Yuan coming through time. He shouted, "This is the time I've been waiting for. This is the time when your strength is at its weakest. Let's see how you can take another sword strike from me." In the heaven opening state, he could observe the river of time, and Han Fei didn't really step into the river of time. He just reversed time for a short time, so it was easier to detect. This time, He Dao Yuan dripped 2 drops of green water in a row, and with the 3 feet opening sword as the carrier, he slashed into time, trying to kill Han Fei. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei was in the river of time and had to use the immortal killing intent again. Bam! Bam! At this moment, the strange time technique broke out, but there were only 2 wisps of immortal killing intent. Just now, when his strength was at its peak, he was pushed back for 3,000 kilometers by the sword, and the immortal killing intent was broken in 3 minutes. This blow was obviously still not enough. However, Han Fei didn't panic. In the river of time, there was enough power of time. With the knife drawing technique, Han Fei pulled out a section of time and turned it into a knife, barely blocking the sword. Then he immediately reversed time at the moment when He Dao Yuan attacked, but the 3 feet opening sword, which was dripped with 2 drops of green liquid, was only blocked for 1 minute, and then it continued to attack. Fortunately, Han Fei had broken through time at this time, and most of his body had drilled out of the river of time. Clang! Han Fei was hit by the 3 feet opening sword. The moment he jumped out of time, he began to cough up blood. However, fortunately his reaction speed was fast enough. Once he walked out of time, he could return to his peak combat power. This time, unfortunately, because He Dao Yuan's attack just now was too fast, he could only return to 10 minutes before. The 3 feet opening sword also came out with Han Fei. However, at this moment, Han Fei issued a telepathic thought, and a green wine gourd appeared in front of him. Clang! Bam! Han Fei was knocked back 10,000 kilometers by this weird Dao. Just now, when he was hit by the 3 feet opening sword, he felt that there was a weird power in his body, trying to absorb his power. He had to forcibly block it with his immortal spiritual qi, and at the same time, cast another heaven awakening divine technique. When the healing divine light fell on him, Han Fei felt that the power was purified. Han Fei had 10 minutes at this moment. He sneered. He Dao Yuan, it seems that you have a lot of tricks. How many drops of green water do you have? As long as you have more than 100 drops, I will let you go today. If you don't, then prepare to die. He Dao Yuan's heart also sank. The heaven awakening divine technique was as powerful as ever. How could he have so many of such treasures? When he opened the sky, he used 1 drop and just used 3 drops. How could he block Han Fei with the last drop? The main reason was that Han Fei had a lot of divine weapons with him, which was too annoying. Law World. Invincible Eye. With only 10 minutes left, Han Fei had to go all out. At least, he couldn't give He Dao Yuan another chance to sneak attack the Origin Sea. His strength doubled again, and because of the Law World, he was 30% stronger. At this moment, Han Fei felt that his strength had reached an unparalleled level. Above the sky, divine chains of order appeared inexplicably, trying to lock Han Fei. Shoot! What's going on? Anyway, Han Fei had no time to activate the immortal killing intent, so he could only point with 2 fingers and blast out a Dao unification sword strike, and then immediately withdraw the Law World. At the moment when the Law World disappeared, the divine chains of order in the sky hadn't disappeared, but they didn't continue to attack. Han Fei couldn't help but think of the old snail's words. Once he dared to use his full strength, the great Dao here would dare to split him. It turned out that it was true. He didn't want to be almost split by the great Dao here before he was killed by He Dao Yuan. That would be a great loss. However, after all, he had already used the Dao unification sword strike. He Dao Yuan could only fight. He shouted, Han Fei, if I die today, you won't be able to live either. Life Unity, Sword 1. At that moment, He Dao Yuan took out an 8th grade divine pill and swallowed it. Then, the medicinal power was released in the blink of an eye. His body disintegrated, his spiritual beast disintegrated, and the 3-foot sword of splitting heaven collapsed, all of which merged into his great path. Ding! He Dao Yuan's life-risking sword lasted for more than 10 breaths when it collided with the great Dao Coalescent sword. Han Fei took advantage of this time to reverse time and return to the peak. In the instant that he reversed time, another wave of celestial, baleful immortal shot out. At the same time, the Phoenix Feather Manic saber slashed out. The Yin-Yang reincarnation saber also slashed towards that sword. On the 13th breath, He Dao Yuan's Dao sword formed from his own Dao and life force finally shattered the Dao Convergent sword. In 1 breath, he had broken through the baleful immortal. In 2 breaths, he had broken the Phoenix Feather Wild Blade. In the 3rd second, as soon as Han Fei slashed out with the Yin-Yang reincarnation knife, the sword light began to twist by itself. Chiu Meng, he could only hear an extremely angry roar coming from the sword radiance. It should be someone who hated Chiu Meng to the core. Chiu Meng? Old Lady Chiu? It seemed that there was something wrong with the pill that He Dao Yuan swallowed just now. The sword radiance was so weak that it was almost extinguished. But even so, this was the strike that He Dao Yuan poured all his remaining lifespan into. Even if it was about to extinguish, it was still extremely powerful. Han Fei carried the huge green thunder wine gourd and frantically injected immortal spiritual energy into it. Han Fei roared, "Even if you try your best, it's just a sky splitting heaven. You can't kill me." BM, the mighty ripples crushed hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and this place was completely covered by the void storm. Rumble in the sky. Cracks of Dao burst out again. In the void storm, Han Fei was covered in blood, and no one knew where the gourd had flown to. Half of his body was cut open. Bah! Don't you know what level you are? Tianqi,